So we are once again live upon the internet. And yeah, we appear to be indeed alive. Let's make sure that we are in all ways with checking if bitrate's going everywhere and I set up the titles correctly. And yeah, everything prepares prepares in order with everything. Where was I even going with that sentence? Everything appears in order. That's that. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. English is very difficult. Yeah, we're gonna take this character. Let's just go get started right away. Was already doing some of the prep work. Was double checking some of the numbers here as well. Although we checked everything while making it. Let's make sure this goes to the right spots. Let's make sure all of these go to the right spots. Yeah, and then this one is set up for build picture. Which should be correct. Yeah. That all looks good. Let's take it. Well, actually, let's take it to the build collection first. Actually, this set up for the build collection. Yeah. Let's get started right away because this might be a long one. I might actually do much more. Normally I would do like a whole mission. I might actually, for a few of them, just kind of make it a little more, yeah, kind of just shorten it basically. Let's grab a capacitor actually as well. Grade 25. We'll have to pass that around the whole time as we go between characters. And yeah, I should again, I've kind of forgotten to think about where do I want to do the intro. I had a few places in mind, but then as always, now I'm kind of blanking on it. Because I was thinking either we do it because I had a few missions in mind. But also I was thinking maybe we do it with the dumb tiger here. But otherwise maybe some New York painting or like painting like mural somewhere. That is kind of cool. Because there's a few that I can think of there. You know what? Let's go. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Seeing as we're getting close to Brooklyn. Let's go at that bridge end. Oh, the game still. We're on that suite. Yeah, let's go actually as a nod to Brooklyn being quick, or let's go on that little part of the bridge, like the secret part of the bridge. And then later on as well, I might be interested in maybe doing some of the. Actually, we can just go here. We'll likely do some missions, and I might actually grab some from some regulars or something. Just to have it a little easier, just to be quicker as well than just random matchmaking. Clear my third hardcore. Have 3 now, nice. Well, soon you'll be even 4 hardcores, and then you're all hardcore. Don't forget to do some parkour.
Situation detected.
Let's also kill these guys. And this is the thing as well with their drone builds, like they're actually still pretty, like, you know, you can clear out enemies and stuff. The big downside of skill builds is just that they don't compete to more, yeah, the Heartbreakers and the Strikers and the Umbras of nowadays. Back in the day, you could make sort of drone hybrids, especially, kind of compete against glass reds, man.
Civilians in danger.
That guy moved up quite a bit. Yeah, let's go be under the bridge. Background, this is a striker ability, is a smart or two chest guard. 3 Xena plus 1. No, the striker version is overall. I feel the synergy is kind of there as well for the striker version. I think a striker just does so much more damage. Like, but also actually for the backfire, so yeah, not per se for hardcore or something. In general, you go run a hard or a striker with backfire for like a few missions, and not even set up for bleed resist. You'll find actually that it kind of works out. The thing is that the bleed seems to just apply like once or twice and then just goes away. And especially now as well that it's no longer 100% of your armor basically at full stacks. It's 50% basically. Where was the thing over there? I haven't been here forever apparently. What? Isn't it like here somewhere? Wait, did they block this off? Because this also doesn't seem like a... This wasn't here before, was it? Oh. Game, you put me from outside of playable area into outside of playable... Yeah, this wasn't here, was it? This fence. Or was it maybe? Because this was where you... No, was it where you jumped in? No. Oh, here. There we go. Found it. Oh, it's here. Yeah, there we go. I see. I'm just blind. That fence was always there. But I guess I was just looking like at where the rubbish was, but it isn't where the rubbish is. Yeah, we'll go here because we'll look out over to Brooklyn. We'll be a sad cowboy looking over to Brooklyn. Doesn't have any it exists, and which one is best for Headhunter build? There's 3. There's the, I mean, actually, so I can link to this. This one's still under construction, but you can use it already, basically. I'll put it in both chats there real quick. This goes to here, and as it says, they're under construction. But this is exactly a thing like that, where we go over. And then if you scroll way down to shotguns, there's 3 variants. And so handling wise, the 870, but actually for Headhunter, I haven't actually added that in as the notes here. The military M870 has a different optic than the other 2. That allows you to get a little bit more headshot out of it, because it gets to have the pistol 15% headshot. This guy doesn't have one right now. But on my end, I generally go for the... If I'm like really min-maxing, it doesn't make enough of a difference to really matter. But if you're really min-maxing for Headhunter, you want to have the military, just because you can put a scope on it that has a... do I need one more? I should just take one more MG5 there. That's your favorite test. But yeah, it's such a minor difference, because I think you go from like 10 headshot to 15 headshot on that scope. It's very minor. We're doing exactly the damage is fine, but the movement is irritating. Yeah, although like basically after one bleed, you don't bleed at all anymore. But I like the striker one. But I use that more so for Also just being like mostly hazard immune. The thing that the Uzina one has is that you can be completely hazard immune against everything. That's of course kind of nice. But you can also do that with the Striker, and you can go Ninja Bike, Cavalier, Cheska. But that damage-wise, that doesn't work out. Like if you're just going for damage, I would definitely go the double Cheska with the Striker backpack round. But then also with the Ninja Bike version, yeah, you drop, what was it, like 6% damage, and then you get like a blue and a yellow quarter. It's been a while ago since I looked at it. Also, yeah, let me get you on this end. Oh, and thank you so much, Mim there or Mimo, for subscribing there, as always, much appreciated. And yeah, thank you very much. And I'm doing well, and yeah, I hope you're doing well as well out there. En ja, goedenavond. And yeah, I kind of like refactor quite a bit as well. The subject, more than capacitor. Thing is that the capacitor, yeah, for instance, for this one, I can kind of see it. With the, well, yeah, with the other one, actually, what do I have here even? I should go look for a second. What do I have on this one? Because I think on this one, I have also capacitor. Okay, yeah. Thing is with capacitor, it has more skill damage, but also, especially when we're kind of going like the weapon damage end of it, that 10 crit chance and 30 crit damage that the capacitor has leads to much better damage overall. I very much like capacitor more than test subject, partially as well because even if both your skills are on cooldown or something, you still at least have your gun to do some decent damage with. Because the bonuses there isn't contingent on, skill hits. So, but that subject is definitely like, yeah. If you're not going with, if you want to have that instant hits, like that makes quite a bit more sense. Kind of depends also on playstyle and stuff. Here I'm combined arms as well, and I'm gonna be shooting quite a bit, as we'll see in a bit. Yeah, let's take it back here. Let me catch up here, and then we're gonna start actually recording already. And either this. So I'm gonna drop a chest with crit damage. I mean, the chest and backpack is usually the hardest pieces to get, but just stick with it. Run the best that you have right now, and then, many have gone before you. That one especially is like it's definitely doable. Over time, just do a few countdowns with Cheska targeted, and if you have to as well, if you, for instance, have a Grupo chest or a Fenris chest, it's close enough, basically nowadays, that it isn't too big of a loss. Is it actually getting nighttime? No, it's just super rainy. Let's go back to DC and back. Let's see if we can get, like, not rain. Because the rain just makes it dark and, like, somber. Let's see if we can get better weather. Better. Oh, and thank you so much there as well, Ash. And, already pre-subscribing, I see there. Thank you for the vote of confidence there. And already as well, 6 months. But yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, we're already, thanks to all of the patrons of the channels. And the Twitch and the subs and the memberships. Yeah, for instance, this week as well, I did already buy the bundle of this week, which is actually what this character is wearing. I already bought it yesterday just to use it for in the refactor. Oh no, not the refactor. In the reanimated. Anyway, we went away and came back, and now it's sunny. Yeah, actually, yeah, let's go from the control point again. I'll be so much faster. Chance. Zoom in. Greetings from Italy. Well, thank you so much, and yeah, we'll likely catch you around and enjoy your farm and hope and good luck. Good. Well, thank you for the kind emoticons. And the special ammo from... I guess I'll get a special ammo as a try this idea. Yeah, having some hazard protection there can help. Although I feel the regen, the way I kind of deal with it on hardcore is especially the regen from Memento, especially something, you know, that has a few blue cores. Basically what I have in there, but I think you're familiar with that already, but basically running tech tank without the artificer. The thing is, once it's charged up, it can even take a hug from a rusher. And you just out-regen the burn. So as long as you're not getting hit by other things, you just regen enough to survive. Survivor even drop with skill attributes on knee pads, only get armor drops. No, so the way that Refactor is, and that's because they're kind of leaning into, you know, it healing the owner itself, and then the backpack talent is kind of is based around bonus armor for the player itself. So the left side, so the mask, chest, holster drops with yellow cores, and the right side, the backpack, gloves, and knee pads, they drop with blue cores. So here as well, this is skill damage with recalibrated, and then same here, skill damage and recalibrated. And that's just how those sets are. Generally, if a piece drops, we have no pieces where it's kind of like a random, like, you know. Because even, for instance, system corruption, which has this pattern of like mask, glove, holster, and then backpack, chest, knee pads. Some of them are blue, some of them are red, basically of that, but they're in that kind of pattern. They're always fixed. So if it's, I don't remember which one is blue core, but like if it drops with a blue core, that piece will always be with a blue. So you need to, for instance, to make this, you need two pieces where you know, have to fix up that piece. Exactly, that's cleaner set as well. Stranger, yeah, that's the logic behind it. There is a little bit of like self-healing and self-armor. Generally as well. So actually, this would be, the thing is, we just lean into damage, right? But honestly, I should blue core this and then run it that way because, you know, for regen. But I like having a little bit more damage. So, because yeah, you have some self-heal based on percentage, or basically based on these damage, and well, not on percentage actually, but it's based on this damage. But if you have a bigger pool for it to heal, it'll empty out, you know, the chances of it reaching the end of armor before you're healing back up is kind of less so. And then as well, the backpack talent is kind of based around bonus armor, but we just don't use that way. It's kind of like the negotiator chest, like 5 sounds good, but this backpack talent sounds better. Same with the negotiator chest, like 5 targets sounds interesting, but it's just too finicky, and we just don't do it. Oh wait, you didn't actually. Oh right, they mean like originally. Because yeah, nowadays I reside in the I live in the Netherlands. That's also why, you know, I can say goedenavond with a g. And I don't say goedenavond, but yeah, originally I'm from Iran, from Iran. But I've basically been raised here. I came here very young. I was brought here very young. Using the set of sacrifice and wyvern backpack. Yeah, if you're going glass, that's kind of the way to go. So actually, the build picture we'll have in a bit. Although I have that kind of as well. Although here it's, I kind of like this version as well, where we go sacrifice and strategic alignment instead, and then with mortars. Well, we might show that setup as well. We'll see what we do there. Exactly. Is good for multiplayer. Do you mean this one? This you would only run in groups. Like, you want to refactor is not a build you would really run solo. It doesn't. I mean, you could if you really wanted to. It's kind of like the regen skill builds and stuff, but I just wouldn't. Like, you can go third drone hybrid, which can output so much more damage than this. You can go, red builds, blue red hybrids, like Tech Tanks or Hunter's Fury. This is definitely a group thing, especially because that healing is group wide. But it does that part. Yeah, let's do. Maybe kind of go this way. Can I add any part here? Kind of look over the bridge. At least there's some light here. Because yeah, we can have this as our background facing that way, but then maybe for the intro we look towards Brooklyn from here. Kind of like this. I don't hate this. Any over there. Yeah. I don't. I speak Dutch like fluently with an accent. Maar ja, ik kan gewoon Nederlands spreken. Dat is niet. Maar ja, ik kies ervoor om het in Engels te houden. Yeah, as I basically said, we're trying to I just keep it English on stream. Basically, but yeah, I can I can get, but nowadays basically Dutch is kind of I know Dutch much better than like Farsi, which is the Iranian language. This is loss overall to try to squeeze some crit chance and crit damage in this build because it just doesn't have the space for it. It just we're gonna compare it up against an high end as well, for instance. So for I should pull that build up as well, just so we have it for comparison later. But for instance, on third drone builds, usually I like this is the way I recommend if you're going this route. Yeah, here you have enough space to kind of squeeze in a lot of crit chance, crit damage, and that's kind of the difference actually in their outputs. This one versus the refactor. It just doesn't have enough space, and you kind of need the haste as well because, for instance, in the other one, we have some Empress to help and the U to kind of help with some haste. But here you kind of need those two haste because otherwise you're really pushing the turret and drone to be. Well, you can maybe make those crit chance, crit damage. The thing is though that it's just not going to reach to an amount where it matters to me. Also, in a group setting, you basically have the job to kind of heal. If your skills are on cooldown, you can't heal, so it becomes a thing of like you're better off just doing that job a little better. But also here you would only get basically a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stats out of it, and that's not enough in comparison to like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? Where we can squeeze out a lot more. But also, yeah, you can go silly with it because, for instance, one of the ones we're going to discuss is this red factor, basically, where we take it all red. This I actually really like this season with this global modifier, where we have overcharging. When the new gear set and the refractors, anything worth keeping in the stash. What else have we had recently? I can look at the summit targeted. Because yeah, for instance, Virtuoso, not really. Breaking Point. Breaking Point you can use for, you don't use the full gear set, but using 3 pieces for it for rifle or 2 pieces for it for like rifle headhunters is a way to go. Virtuoso is just too finicky. You can make a decent Pestilence build out of it, but the Lengmo Pestilence is kind of just better. Aegis and Cavalier just don't have that much purpose. Xero competes with Eclipse, and Eclipse is just better. Like the build showcase of Xero was basically me just going, yeah, this is actually kind of fine, but Eclipse is better. And then yeah, Hotshot, Umbra, and Heartbreaker, those are staples, basically. So Depends kind of how far we go. But yeah, we had a bunch of like mediocre stuff. The refactor though definitely is pretty good. Video then. Yeah, no worries. There's a breaking point made 2 pieces. Yeah, there's so breaking point just because also it doesn't need to be the chest or anything. It's just also you wouldn't need to keep them in your stash because they fit the thing of like if you need it, it's not hard pieces to get because you're going for like mask. So for instance, there's 2 or 3 pieces. You can go separate ways with this. You can go 2 pieces, and then for instance, this can be either you can have Chain Killer with 2 pieces Via, or you can have 3-piece Via with Eagle's Grasp. There's a few ways to set up this headhunter. But any of these pieces, like this would be like a 2 countdown farm, right? Oh, I'm not showing. I thought I did still up. But this would be like getting these kind of pieces. This is like 2 countdown, right? Like you don't need to keep this in your stash. This fits that bill of like gear set pieces don't really get to stay. If you really need it, go get it at that time. If you choose to make this. And actually, this one, for instance, for the reanimated now, this is actually pretty good. A good one. Yeah. Otherwise, and basically, I just yeah do most of my stuff in English. I would think it would even be like even the smaller community if I tried to do it in Dutch. And hey, there's Snape. I just came back to the game. I really like the Blue Jay, the tier 95. Do you think I can still reach that? I mean, yeah. There is just this week. It depends how far you are now in it. Because, wait, at 95? Try to remember which one. Oh, this one. Yeah. So if you have the battle pass, first of all, that helps, you know, because you will need that for that. Because there's a battle pass item. I grinded out the season in like 4 days, but back then the journey was a little easier. The thing is though that with the because you have basically 22 levels at the very least already from the scouts. You have like if you do the journey pretty quickly, and you can kind of grind this out. There's a bunch of people who have videos on it. You can grind it out pretty. Depends on your playtime and such as well. It's definitely doable, but it would be a grind. But yeah, you would have to basically do all your scouts, do all the journey things. That will be likely to gather like 40 or 50 levels, depending on. Oh, you're at 0. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you could. It really depends on like, yeah, if you can no life the game for the next week, because also yeah, it's like 5 more days, 6 days till Brooklyn. By the 20 tier skip bundle, that would help, but that's kind of expensive. Like only if you want to have the apparel as well. Like if you're depending on how much, you know, if you have a ton of money as well, what you can do is buy season. Did they disable it fully by season levels, or is it just for the stretch goals, right? You can just still buy normal season levels. There's been some shenanigans around that, so they disabled it at the very least for the stretch goals, but I'm not sure. But also, yeah, I wouldn't recommend that. Like, it's just one piece of apparel, so unless you like really like it, but there'll be more apparel, and maybe you can find something other nice that you like. Because it would really be a grind now if you want to do it in the last 6 days. 5 days basically. And that where I was here. How about monkey gear? I haven't used any shiny monkey at all in the build collection. You can make kind of a setup, or like it can go into Oxy builds, but that's really the only place, and it's just not per se needed. Same as well. It's a yellow core piece. So if you're like going for that, you would farm it at the time that you need it. Because yellow core pieces are pretty easy, and it would be used in a yellow core or like a yellow stats build, so it would be easy farm to get more. And maybe it's my Eclipse build, or isn't there supposed to be there? Keep in mind that that's a reduction. Because the skill duration doesn't apply to most of the things that you would hope it would apply to. So it doesn't apply to the fire, for instance. For the fire cam, what it applies to is actually how long the cloud stays in the world. So overall, it's like electric is still kind of the go-to. Just because skill duration just doesn't apply well to, like, it isn't status duration, it is the duration of the skill in the world mostly. Well, that's Journey 7 here. Well, but this, you still have a little bit of time. Journey 7 is actually pretty easy. Keep in mind that some of the pieces you can just do very quickly just by, because stuff like this is just doing the thing, like just half AFK. You can get just look over, like have the game in the background, log in or like tab into it every few minutes and just swap your active and just activate it and then swap to the next one and then let the cooldown run out. But stuff like this is just having the shield and a Sweet Dreams and then just going around, have the shield out, Sweet Dreams, 50 enemies, set the world to normal. Same for this. You have a shield, equip the reactive. There's some turrets by, there's a bunch of places where you can just continuously let yourself get damaged. But for instance, there's a few turrets by the tidal basin. If you just go to the tidal basin point and just walk towards the gate, a few turrets pop up and start shooting at you. You can just turn around, get damaged by them, turn around again, and just let yourself be healed by this. And just like both of these are like 15 minutes each at most. And then these three will take a little bit, but also not too hard to do. That tactical supremacy is a grind though, if you actually want to get it. But you can skip those two. Yeah, let's actually start recording because I'm kind of just turning into just chatting. After then, the journey is doing hard missions good enough to grind XP. You would want to do the scout next. The scouts, the solutions are all on Reddit and stuff. You can do them on normal as well, but the scouts just kind of go through all of these. But each of these is like two levels. It's 2000 XP, and then here plus 20% for modifier plus season pass. That will get you a ton of levels. The journey will get you a ton of levels, and then you would want to just do priority objectives. So just do the priority objectives here, and just these will send you to different missions and stuff, especially doing missions and strongholds will be overall, like each of these that you do will be like a 10 to 15 minute mission. Although you would want to do them on heroic, which is kind of depends on if you have the gear for that and such. But you'd want to do them on heroic, then it's kind of like, yeah, a level per, especially with the strongholds, it's like a level per like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. But that's still like, if you're doing 50 of those, that adds up. Supersonic. I know they're funky. I know they didn't listen to you. So much Israel. Yeah, no worries. I'm Gandalf. I'm Gandalf the Black. With not even gray yet. But yeah, and I've played this game way too much, so I know my way around it nowadays. So let's just do that. Night for day. And yeah, we'll do that. That looks good. Let's go over here. Let me get you one last time here, and then let's get recording. Some negatives. And thank you so much, dear Frankie. You're making me blush. Was there a development announcement today? There was a developer Q&A, but we didn't really learn anything new. It seems more of a thing that they wanted just to have all the answers in one place, so they, because they basically re-answered a bunch of stuff that we already kind of knew. Not much new came out of it, except, confirmation that there's no pre-order. That wasn't clear. But yeah, there's not going to be a pre-order. It's just going to be available on the day, and you can buy it on the day, which I'm all for. No pre-orders. Plus no pre-order bonus. So, yeah. And then that also, they're not going to take any actions against anybody who got the 999 exotic components thing. Even if they, for those that abused it. They basically put a mea culpa on that of just like, it's on us, and the Nokia character is a freak. I'll be sure to let him know. He'll come for you, Funky. Something that is annoying. Yeah, that one is honestly, that would be the one to skip on that end. Like both of the other tactical supremacy 300 kills is kind of doable, especially if you just set your will to normal and you're running around with Hotshot Headhunter or something, especially now with reanimated. Or no, you can't. Well, yeah, you can't have you can't have reanimated and you can't have reanimated and tactical supremacy, so that doesn't work. But yeah, that one just takes a while. But the other one of just extending it like 600 times, is it? I think that one's just like, or 300 times. The other one's 600. The other ones are all much easier. Everything else is basically much easier. Especially once you have overdrive, you can just trigger overdrive to reach tier 5. And then just do things that like get a lot of kills, like doing convoys. Get 8 kills in a row kind of thing. Just do that with convoys. You can even do it on normal. Trigger overdrive, you're in tier 5. Just start murdering them, and especially if you know kind of where some of the spawn points are, you can just spawn camp them and get the 8. The other one is just getting kills while you're above 50%, which overdrive helps with as well. And then I don't remember what the other one was. Oh yeah, remain at 5 for like 60 seconds. That one's also not too hard. You just again overdrive and then just have kinetic plus well, you wouldn't have the microwave coils yet, but Reaper thing you can have, and then do something that like takes a little bit, like doing some of the control points, and then call it in so that it's a continuous fight. Try to make a good thumbnail for Brooklyn DLC. No, we're gonna record something for as a build showcase. In this case, refactor. And I always just, for my intros, I just pick a spot that kind of looks cool. So we're taking it here, and I want to have my turret and drone kind of out. We're gonna have our toys at, and then like overlooking towards the Brooklyn, and especially as well, this is one of those areas that like a lot of people don't know even how to get here. We'll use that. But I basically have an intro, and then we're gonna start discussing the thing. Actually, you know what? I kind of like that turret glow there, or the drone glow. Yeah, let's actually. But yeah, I'm getting myself distracted by everything. The boat at the time. Yeah, although it would just be very OP if we had modifier plus plus global events. The global events are really powerful to use. So, yeah, that was for a little bit. But you had to basically exploit it and such. Either honestly, that's also not a good. You don't feel good about it. Like the thing that most people go like, oh, okay, but then you can upgrade all the things. It feels better when you actually like took the time to get that done yourself instead of like cheating it out. Same for like watch levels. Yeah, let's hit the test record. Let's make sure the folder is accepting videos and such, but it actually doesn't. So that's good that we checked. Come on. You can do it. Hard disk. Who still uses hard disks? Well, me. Yeah, my face is upper, but let's not have that. Is it like this? Kind of like this. Hi, my Kia, and build showcase, and then refactor. And build collection. Build collection is here. Let's go. Hi, whoa. Hi, I'm person with that voice suddenly. The water blocked my voice there. Come on. Open up. There we go. Yeah. As always, when you need it the most, the voice goes away, but that's fine. This is good. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look. No, wait, that's a different series. Take -2. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have that build showcase on Refactor that I've been putting off, although mostly because it kind of got a little bit bigger than I had ever intended it to, as I went with a bunch of Refactor builds in the end with the build collection, as we added 3 at the start of this season, and I've been playing around with all 3 of them, and even one of them has basically a second variant. So we'll be looking at 4 builds here today, so this will be likely a long one, but hopefully interesting in all ways. As always, we'll be using a bunch of the build pictures from the build collection. I will, of course, link to the build collection and to all of these pictures. We'll go through some numbers here as well, although not as in-depth. These aren't weapon builds per se, but we'll still kind of compare, for instance, Refactor to a high-end build. And also, one of the versions that I kind of have made is a red factor with red cores, basically, kind of like a red FI idea. And we'll be comparing it actually to a red FI in there as well, just to have a baseline comparison between those. Then as well, we'll take it into some gameplay and go through each of the styles of builds, and I will kind of, in that time as well, explain what I'm doing, how I'm playing them, and try to give you the tools if you want to make them to at least have a starting point. All of this will, of course, be timestamped down below, so feel free to jump around if you want to go to a specific thing. But let's go get started for now with going over the build. Should have said over the gear set, but it's fine. Yeah, that one's good. Yeah, 134. I can. Not only can I live with that, I will live with that. So let's prep this already, although we'll go over the build, or well, the gear set first in the game, and then kind of discuss it further. Glitch is a feature. Well, no, this one got marked as a glitch, and then they fixed it already. So it's added here as well. You can't do it at least from my understanding, you can't do it anymore. That's also why I'm kind of open to discussing it, but otherwise, I would just go like, yeah, we don't discuss glitches. And either rain and oh, well, actually no. And either Pepperman. That's actually what I wanted to say. Indeed, we messed up the first take there. You sure that's water I'm drinking? Wait, why is it glowing blue? No. It's ooze. Yeah, so let's discuss the gear set first. Let's go the build layout first. And kind of... Yeah, actually, as well. Let me grab my notes there as well. Although, yeah, so I'm going to go through gear sets, brand sets, we go with it, skills, weapons, and then specialization in that order. Let's see if I actually stick to that order. That's also more just for me reminding myself. It's Persian ale. It's Scottish ale. Yeah. Basically whiskey. Yeah. That would be funny if I was just drinking alcohol and then towards the end of the build showcase, just saying, and you know what you do now? You just take this turret and just wear it as a hat. And just run around with a turret on your head. Actually, why can't we do that? I feel that would be... I want that as an option. I want that gear set. We just wear the turret as a hat and we just run around and it shoots people. Or you wear the flaming one. You wear the... Why isn't that part of X0 that we can just put the... But yeah. There might be alcohol in that, actually. Who knows? Or maybe I'm just drunk on life. Let's go with skill core, converters, gloves, and Fox's knee pads. That would lock you into the chest and backpack. I wouldn't say that's a good choice, honestly. Because yeah, you don't... The chest is kind of nice for especially like legendary stuff and such, but the backpack you definitely don't want. Putting contractors on Fox does nothing for the turret and drone. You're aware of that because DTOC and DTA do not apply to these. And honestly, the build is kind of these. These two are the star attraction, like whatever you have in these two slots. Not per se the turret and the drone, but whatever you have here. The build itself doesn't really do that much damage. In comparison to like, you know, real builds. Yeah, let's go get started. And we'll of course get started. Actually, no, I wanted to face the other way. I wanted this as my background. There we go. And to get started, we just stop right away. And start again. Did I put that file away? And to get started, we'll go look at let's try that again. Actually, I've already, what was my last sentence? Let's go get started, I think already, right? Usually I have that on this end, but I think I said it. What did I say here? Going over the build. Let's go get started for now. Oh, I already said that there. And we'll start by looking at the gear set, of course, as a refactor, and that is refactor, not refractor, as including me, I said that as well. At the start of the season, first time that I saw it, I said refractor a dozen times wrong, and I might even get one in still into this, but I think at this point I have it in me of saying a refactor. And the refactor gear set, as it came in, well, we have on the 2-piece, we have some status effect, and the 3-piece, we have skill damage, 25% of it, which is actually quite a bit in comparison to some of the other gear sets that we have around skill builds. And then, of course, on the 4-piece, what we get is actually the main course of this, and that is Return to Sender. And that is that receive 10% of the damage dealt by your skills. So this is receive repairs onto ourselves. And then your allies receive repairs of 20% of the damage dealt by your skills. So whatever we have in these slots, whatever they do to the enemy, we receive a portion of that ourselves, and our allies receive a larger portion of that. Now, with the chest as well, these numbers go up to 20% and 35%. We will be using the chest here and there. Actually, we will definitely cover a chest version of this, but it's kind of like with the striker. There are positions where the chest is actually kind of worthwhile, and especially when you can give up a little bit of damage and then gain it in healing a little bit if the healing is more important. But for general use, actually, the overall build that we'll discuss kind of as the mainstay for this gear set, if you're just making one, make this one, I would say. And that is with 2 pieces of Hana-Yu here. We have the force multiplier here for perfect combined arms with it, and then we have a Hana-Yu second piece here with kinetic momentum. And we're going Hani Yu because actually we gain 10 skill haste and 10 skill damage. Opportunity cost wise, there is nothing else we can really put here that competes well with it, at least when we want to go kinetic momentum. If you're going something else than the force multiplier, because of course this force multiplier, you do need to hit enemies, because this is whenever you hit an enemy for just 3 seconds, you gain a bonus, so you have to consistently be shooting towards them. If you go, for instance, with tech support, you could go actually with, as we'll see, for instance, as well, with like explosive version, going with, for instance, China plus sacrifice. You can also go sacrifice plus, for instance, Wyvern and then tech support. But that's more if you're choosing to go that route. I very much enjoy this setup for this. And that's because this does give a little bit more damage. And of course, our healing is based on the damage. Without the chest talent here, adding to our damage by quite a bit, while the chest in its values that it applies to our allies, this actually does already a part of it just by doing more damage. Here we're going with kinetic momentum. You could also, of course, go with either Overwatch or Glass. That's the two big replacements for this. And then on the backpack especially as well, we can go combined arms or tech support. It is going to be situational. It is going to be depending on what you kind of like. But as we'll go over the builds as well, as we'll go to the build pictures, because we'll also be discussing a status effect version and, of course, an red version, just because they are actually interesting. But yeah, refactor this healing as well. We have to know that this isn't affected by anything repair skill, anything incoming repair, anything outgoing repair. Any of those things are not applicable here. It is literally how much damage these two do, whatever you have in those slots, in this case a turret and drone, that and percentage of it comes back. So affecting the damage is the only way that you can affect how much your healing you do with it. And yeah, we're gonna cut it there actually, just because I kind of feel a cough come up, but then also actually it went away the second I kind of. But yeah, we'll fade then there to like skills. Yeah, that's 356 because yeah, it'll just be recording a bunch of segments like that, and then it gets all stitched together. Let me catch up here for a second. That is Barbie. I can see that. Yeah, it's the current bundle. That's why they're wearing it. This is not usually this wouldn't be a style I go for. Like actually, this character usually looks like this, just a little bit more plain. But yeah, I could see that one. Oh, let me catch up here as well. I want to try to refactor build all for plays in Legendary nowadays in my experience. Oh yeah, the thing is though that also it's kind of overkill because also you're not like it'll take forever. One refactor is kind of enough for well as like a hey isn't this funny kind of thing. It's fun for once. We tried that as well actually at the start of the season and stuff, but it just goes so slow because you're basically turning it into just turret drone builds. And while this one as well just has around the same damage as a normal turret drone build, that's pretty slow in comparison to like an Eclipse plus 3 strikers. That's kind of the thing of it as well. Any idea how to craft yellow purple gear very fast? What do you mean, this again? Like just the crafting part of it, or just how you do? Because yeah, I have a short on it, right? Because I could link that to that for you for a second. But yeah, basically level a character to 40, and you just don't upgrade the. You don't upgrade the. I'll put that in the chat there. In there. But yeah, that's the thing. Oh, that's not right. But that's the YAL crafting parts thing. Because there's a way of getting YAL, but also, yeah, from now on as well, because we won't be doing watch alts and stuff anymore that much anyway. It's going to become a. We'll be. Oh, do you mean actually in the physical crafting of it? Because right-click crafting nowadays is the way to go. If you're on PC, at least. Because if you're on PC, you can right-click it and then X and then escape, basically. That will craft one and just exit out right away, and like put you back to being able to right-click it X. Yeah. Oh, you can't in purple? That would be odd. Why wouldn't it work with purple? I haven't specifically tried, but yeah, it could be that it's maybe maybe different. Wait, let me catch up here as well, because what happened? Wait, was this in the reference to? So Grupo plus Cheska is better than Fox plus Cheska? Is that in reference to something or just in general? The first of all, Fox isn't multiplicative. I know a lot of people use that term, but that's incorrect, because very simply, if you have a Fox's prayer on the knee pad, right? If you have a Fox's prayer here and you have DTOC here, how do they interact with each other? They add together. So it's not inherently not multiplicative. And that also wouldn't be the thing that like raises it. It's much more that it's a pool that is not as diminished. But yeah, overall group, well, Cheska plus Coyote especially is so much better. Cheska plus Grupo and Cheska plus Fox basically is around the same level. Without the caveat of in cover. That's also why I generally go Cheska Grupo instead of Cheska Fox. Because actually, if you take it at like 90% active for the DTOC, which, you know, is even being generous, I feel, the Grupo wins. Yeah, I just, Spamix sees as well. I just get damage. Yeah, although the thing is, with Strikers, you don't. With Strikers, you have like 141 with, or well, one. No, so with Grupo, you would be one. How much is it actually? No, because yeah, with that Coyote. 141 is the Coyote. So yeah, 141 to 151, you go with the Coyote. In comparison to like high-end builds where you're in the 180s. So the DTOC would be more beneficial. It's just in the end result, because at the end of the day as well, like it doesn't really matter if like what's additive, what's multiplicative. It's just how much does it actually add to the build. And the crits, basically having that stat, because what it flips from going Fox to like Grupo, you have one stat and then you have the brand bonus. So the brand bonus plus one stat, especially if you can use that crit chance, most of the times Grupo beats out Fox if you have a real good use for that crit chance. Which, for instance, yeah, in high ends, that was always the case where, yeah, we would actually want to lose a little bit of crit chance back in the day because we had the mods as well. Yeah, but also, yeah, the DTOC is more valuable per point just because it's less diminished. That's actually the way to kind of look at it, because it doesn't matter even if it was multiplicative, so multiplicative to itself, so two sources of it would multiply against each other. Even if it was that, that wouldn't be the reason that it's better. It would be that it's. But yeah, I know that I know that a lot of others do say it that way, and it's kind of ingrained at this point. It's kind of like DZ exclusive. Like I still kind of just grind my teeth at every time someone goes like it's a DZ exclusive, because yeah, not much is exclusive to the DZ anymore. At this point, you would be better off calling some of the DZ items just named item cache items. That's more realistic for them. That's it, Pamik. But you know that I can stop taking the sort of period at the DLC. Many witchy. Yeah, let's keep going because yeah, I need to actually we need to get through this before Brooklyn. Yeah, it's finish build showcase still Brooklyn. Yeah, let's keep going. And that then leads us into our skills, as that's, of course, kind of what we base all that damage around. Now, here, the classics to go with is turret and drone, of course. Turret and drone are very consistent. I've tried it out with a bunch of different ways of setting it up, and actually we'll go into a few. One setup with mortars, one setup with trying to go to status effect route. Both of those, just the consistency of the turret and drone really makes a difference, as these continuously are hitting the enemy. So whenever your allies, and this is also the thing with this build, I would definitely say that Refactor is a build that you kind of run in group. Now this can be like even small groups, 2-mans or such, but it's really in its place in a 4-man. And especially as well in a 4-man, as the healing is only to the subgroup, which is one of its limitations for raids and for countdown, because it only heals within your subgroup. Now, skill-wise then, yeah, so turret and drone really are the standout pieces here, and that's why also, like, in the general setup, I would go with these. Then we have, weapon-wise, we can go a few different routes here with this. For instance, you could go test subject instead of the capacitor here as well. I definitely enjoy the capacitor a lot more. You do have to shoot more constantly, so with in sync, with perfect in sync, as we have here, for instance, as a secondary. And here as well, why I'm taking the harmony over the test subject is especially just ammo, secondary type of ammo. Because if I were a test subject and a capacitor, when I run out of ammo, I run out of options. And we do still want to trigger alongside having, for instance, in this case, we want to keep shooting just to have a combined arms trigger and our turret and drone to kind of benefit from that. But especially the capacitor's bonus as well, together with having a little bit more crit chance, crit damage, makes it a lot more effective. And especially when we start comparing it, for instance, to high end, where we also include the weapon into it, this would be at a much more higher, like a bigger disadvantage. But again, as well, that depends on talent picks as well. If we're going tech support, something like InSync is a lot more, can be a lot more consistent, because you can actually just pop out, hit it for a second, and then kind of have it up for a few seconds longer. Then as well, specialization-wise, we're basically going to be sticking with Technician unless we have a really good reason to go something else. Now, in the case, for instance, of the Mortar one, we have a really good reason. We want the Mortar, so we go with Demolitionist. That also brings me actually to that Refactor is actually one of the gear sets that has a split cores. So everything on the left side here, so basically the mask, the chest, and the holster, they come with yellow cores. Everything on the right side of the build, basically the backpack, the gloves, and the knee pads actually come with blue cores. So here as well, even for the knee pads that are yellow cored here, I had to find one with skill damage, optimize that up, and then re-core the score, recalibrated. I was about to say reconfigured, but recalibrated to be a yellow core there, a red core here. And this is, of course, we have Technician to give us one core back. That is actually somewhat important, because that makes it so that, for instance, trying to find some of these pieces, it does need a little bit of optimization to be at its best. So that can be a little bit more costly and a little bit more prohibitive if you're kind of like just starting out. Overall, though, that Refactor, we want to, in general, just set up a build that can do skill damage. And that's kind of also the reason here why we are going with several versions of it. You can go with different skills that do different things in different ways, and some of them are actually pretty powerful in those ways that they have. But that does mean that we're going several versions, because we have a turret drone version, we have basically a mortar version, and then a kind of a similar to an Eclipse version, and then a red version as well. Let's actually go start looking at their build pictures, as we'll go over several variants. Yeah, let me catch up here again, as we'll cut it there. Let me make sure actually first that I put that segment away. So how long was that? 4 minutes. That sounds good. The BSF for a long time. Very slow. Thank you for hard work. Oh, thank you so much, there, Belfort, for the kind words, and always appreciate it. And yeah, I myself use them as well, so those things will be kept up to date as long as I'm around. And yeah, actually, next season we'll have to. Well, the Pakan is in there. Actually, I changed it to be like PTS or something. I changed the wording on it to just indicate that it was from a PTS. Because yeah, we'll see actually what that one is. Did we get any other weapons that go in there? No, not really, right? Because yeah, we have things like the Huntsman and the Caretaker, but we won't have those still. Like, oh, also they'll only go to on the unbuild version, but definitely next season as well. We'll go over the unbuild versions and add in, streamline whatever the final version of it is. I'm gonna actually do that in this week even, but we'll see how much time I have, because also I want to spend a lot of time on that hardcore that we're kind of leveling up. The subject inspired by my no, actually I had the test subject as one of the options here. That's one of the things that I do agree with is, like, if you're turning tech support here, you can poke out and like hit, like legendary is kind of the thing. Partially as well, no, although well, you did remind me of it to make sure it's in there. Actually, yeah, I saw earlier today. I was kind of looking at some of this stuff, and I saw also Nerve's comments on it. So that reminded me to put it in my notes. That's why I'm asking. It's weird. Okay. Yeah, I wonder. Thinking about it, I've never tried that method with purple. It's weird that it can't. But worst case, if you're on PC, you can use some of the older macros. Because in the macro folder, do I have... Did I keep the old crafting one? I didn't. I want to go back one here. I didn't, right? Nah. I have it somewhere, but if you really want that one, although, yeah, I know if you can, because it's basically a long press X, so it's not a hard one to make. But if you really want to have that one, maybe tag me in Discord to remind me, and then I'll see if I can find the older crafting one, because that one definitely will work. The older crafting macro. But it's weird that right click doesn't work on. I'm like trying to think of like what would prevent that, but I'll be sure to try it as we go through with the hardcore. Yeah, let's go here. And yeah, let's just start discussing these. Actually, let's start it here first. And yeah, let's actually start looking at how these builds are laid out beyond the gear sets and such. And we'll do that, of course, by looking at their build pictures. A link to all of these below. We'll start off here with 3.04 in the build collection, the RF turret drone, refactored turret drone. Then we'll go to the 2.06 with Refire. Really rolls off the tongue. Really good name. And this is then, the status effect kind of version, kind of going for an Eclipse kind of playstyle. Basically more of a foam Eclipse, but then we're, instead of foam, doing the fire, basically. And then as well, a red factor, which does roll off the tongue. And this one then is kind of a turret drone hybridish setup, a turret drone kind of setup. But in this case, red, but we could actually also take it yellow. Same as well, actually. Let's start with this yellow one. Let's zoom in a little bit more as well with this 3.04. On here, we have basically the obvious setup of just going skill damage plus skill haste. As we talked about, repair skills and such does nothing. Incoming repair does nothing. Don't take those. If you see anybody making a build or running it with repair skills, just point that out to them. It does nothing. It is only dependent on how much damage your turret and your drone do. And we basically get, although it is kind of hard, one of the annoying things is we don't have in the same way of, for instance, dealing damage, that we can exactly see how much healing we are doing, for instance, or such. But just guesstimation-wise, by looking at the bar, it does seem to be that it is 10% of, at least for the player themselves. If you just damage yourself and we kind of go like, okay, this is how much damage is going to get healed and how long that would take, that does actually align with what the turret, at least what I tried at, would do if it was healing us for 10%. It doesn't seem to be wildly off in some way. Then as well, so here we have then the yellow version as we saw it basically in that same way. What we could do, of course, as well is kind of go more of a glass setup. If you're going glass, sacrifice is definitely one to consider because you can go sacrifice wyvern. Although in my case, I have to try this out with glass as well. Nowadays, kinetic momentum has gotten a buff as well, so actually on the third drone end, it makes a lot more sense. But if you're going glass, you could either just put it on here, although a sacrifice actually does a little bit more, even though we are losing a little bit on the combined arms there as well. One other option that we have is kind of what I have in this corner is if we take a full yellow glove and we take a strategic alignment and a sacrifice, that leads us into the mortar. Now, I like running the mortar especially as well with the hive. That hive works really well for dealing damage kind of consistently, and also when you're, for instance, running missions and such, I find that can be put into places, especially if you know where they're going to spawn. Where the enemy spawns, usually they come out, they might do some damage to your allies, but then you heal that up back up, and then also you can are CCing them with that. And then the mortar, of course, is one of the bigger damage dealers that we have in like one hit. And yeah, that can heal up everybody way beyond what anybody really realistically will have running around in heroic, at least. Even a full tank is healed up by one hit pretty consistently by 20% of that number. That is the two main kind of setups that we'll kind of look at here for the yellow. And generally, yeah, I am going to go with kinetic momentum. Kinetic momentum, since it has a buff, since it has had a buff, taking it from 30% total skill damage to 45% total skill damage, that has actually made quite the difference for kinetic momentum versus glass. The thing is, though, that you have to remember is that our weapon as well, especially in kind of this setup, is going to do damage as well. The player themselves is another turret, basically, and we do damage, and this isn't affected by kinetic momentum. If we're taking glass, that does apply there. That's also why on a high end, when we compare it in a little bit, I'll be comparing it to a kinetic momentum setup and also a glass setup, because especially there, where we can put a little more crit chance, crit damage on it, the weapon kind of comes alive and actually does a lot more than it does here. But overall, on the yellow end, yeah, we're taking just skill haste, skill damages. All the mods are going to be skill haste. One of the things you can go for here as well is maybe putting in a little bit of skill duration mods instead. It kind of depends on how you're fighting and such, especially because the turrets you can generally pick back up as well, and skill duration will just make them last a little bit longer. But I find that you will lose them more often than not. A turret, especially the drone, is pretty squishy, and the haste is kind of handy. It doesn't make too humongous a difference, though, because we're kind of taking it from around the 19 second if we just swap out all of the, around the 17 second for the drone if we swap it out to skill duration. But we don't also gain that much skill duration out of it, so it's kind of a moot point. Then if we take it onto this second one, and yeah, we're cutting there, of course, just the... If we mess up, that is just that part. Okay, that was 5 minutes. Give me something here. No. Yeah, let's go with this. We come to this status effect version. So one of the things that, of course, the gear set has, and we often just choose to not use it if we're going the turret drone route, we're not doing any status effects there. We're just kind of wasting that stat, but that's kind of fine because, yeah, the consistency of the turret drone is really good. But one of the things that I instantly wanted to try with this gear set was, oh, what if we try to maybe do some CC with it? Basically a fire eclipse, but then, you know, without the eclipse. Layout-wise, this would seem very familiar because this is basically the same layout as a foam eclipse, because, of course, we don't have the spread from Refractor, doesn't do anything for our spreads. It's basically just the damage that matters. So we are taking Creeping Death and BTSU Glove here, but the BTSU Glove is also really nice for the Hive because it does give the Hive here with just the skill, the Stinger Hive. It does actually, make that a much more viable tool, and then also we can overcharge with it and even supercharge with it for the whole group, giving everybody their hives back, or even giving, you know, if someone's running pulse, they have an overcharged pulse now, which adds 15% damage to everybody if they pulse. Big if. But yeah, if they do, a group-wide overcharge is a really powerful tool. And then, of course, as well, we gain ourselves a much larger radius for this. Our hive comes back really quickly, once per 2 minutes, which is actually not that big of a cooldown. And then here, just because we're basically taking the opportunity cost here, basically of going with the BTSU Glove, we are taking the chest. Now, with the turret drone kind of version that we saw a second ago, you could definitely go to chest there as well. I should actually add that to the build picture. The thing is, though, that I find myself, even in Legendary, finding the chest a little bit overkill. Unless you're really with a weak team that is really getting hit way too much, it is kind of overkill. Because even running it with a full red team around me, running it with 3 strikers, I found that most of the time, even without the chest, we're healing them up so fast that the chest is kind of wasted. Because all it does is increase our healing amounts. Here, though, we are kind of taking it just because we want to have these 2 slots filled in with these. Especially Perfect Creeping Death, of course, will spread the fire on initial. It is important to know 2 things about this build, because there is some synergies here that aren't actually working out in our favor. Anything that the Creeping Death spreads the fire to does not count as that initial fire. So when we set the enemies on fire with the initial hit and then their fire, all of that will heal our allies. Anything that Creeping Death creates, that does not count as initial skill damage for this. This is just a distinction that kind of the game uses, and especially in this build is very important. The second one that isn't directly clear is that actually the status effect, the Hive benefits a lot from skill damage. In this case, though, the Hive is such a good tool, and it's kind of behind me, but also it's up there. Let's go with it up there. The Hive is such a good tool, and I like it so much that I'm willing to kind of take that hit, because actually the status effects will only apply to the bleed side of the Hive, which is a very minor part of it. But there as well, it's only the initial hit of it, and not per se anything that the Creeping Death spreads it to. Sometimes as well, you want to actually start your fire first, kind of in the same way as with a foam eclipse. You want to foam first, and then if you have a secondary tool, you do that then. But in this case as well, you want to do your fire first, so that eats the Creeping Death and then spreads it around. Even if it's not doing extra damage, the CC of it is there, and then you send out your Stinger Hive. Here as well, we're pairing it with a capacitor again for more damage, because the healing is dependent on the damage. We want to do a little bit more damage. So instead of what I generally have, for instance, on a foam eclipse of a Scorpio, or even on a fire eclipse, a Scorpio, we're going with this. Although a Scorpio, depending on your team, depending on how much CC is needed, you can go this route as well. What I have here as well is things to consider, which is, for instance, a Hermano or a setup, especially depending on what missions you're doing or what you're exactly doing. You might go with something else. So, for instance, some of you may be familiar with bounty cheesing, where we're kind of making everything spawn from a single door. This Creeping Death is kind of useless then, right? Because it's a single door. Everything's going to be in that fire cam. What if we give ourselves a little bit more haste and we give our team some reload? Or if we just, especially if we're, instead of the capacitor, running the Scorpio, and we give our team a perfect opportunistic upon the enemies. Both of those two, of course, are really powerful. Here though, we could go actually with other skills. Although I feel both of these, the fire and the stinger, are both of, to me, the best tools that both deal skill damage and also status effect. And that's why I go with these two especially. There are some other choices you could make here, but especially you shouldn't consider the things that are just purely CC, because of course they're not dealing damage and they're not healing. You might as well be Eclipse if you want to run those. Yeah, let's go to the final one here. And I'll got it there. Are we able to ask you questions? I mean, you're able. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions and stuff. I'm recording some stuff for those coming in and maybe unfamiliar with it. Usually I record on stream for build showcases and stuff, you know, in front of a live in front of a live Twitch audience. Mostly so I also don't keep, if you let me, I will redo that segment like 12 times. And honestly, like that first one was good enough. Even if a little bit long, but like that first one is good enough. So I just do it live. That way I end up doing it. Unless it's like really bad, I don't restart. But yeah, feel free to ask. But yeah, might be a few minutes between segments before I answer it, because of course I'm not looking at chat while I'm in the segment. Want a shotgun for perfect pommel for infinite chem launcher charges, or was that fixed? That was fixed. But yeah, that's out of it. Pommel got specifically fixed for Oxy and then Firecam and all this. But yeah, that was before that would have been good too. That's awesome. It was a little OP, right? It was a little bit more than a little OP. So. But yeah, otherwise that would definitely be an option. Yeah, let's go with this one as we go into a red factor. Now, this is actually layout-wise very similar to any turret drone hybrid. If you're familiar with my style of turret drone hybrids, we generally have a memento, we generally have a sacrifice, and then the other four pieces. So, for instance, in the build collection, there's a negotiator, there's a striker that kind of are set up like this. And what we have done here is trying to extract a little bit more damage from the weapon end. And in this one, I would say that there's two main ways of going with it. We'll kind of see both ways when we take it into gameplay. But actually, hear me showing it just with yellow or with red cores. You could actually go the yellow cores that you would normally have with a turret drone hybrid, where you have the 5 yellow cores with Technician as the 6th, one from the Memento, and then yeah, the 4 pieces basically yellow cord. That's also why you notice that even on all the pieces, I'm of course going with that core. And of course, if we're recording it to red, you know, we're recording it already. So we can really easily go reds there. But here, actually, I've been running this for this season, and especially with the modifier of the season, I've been enjoying this quite a bit. Once we have the Memento charged up, the Memento, of course, feeding kind of into our weapon and also into our skills with the yellow end, and even giving us a little bit regen, although, of course, the regen of this build is a little bit stronger, but especially if we kind of go with the modifier. And I think with next season's modifier, having played it in the PTS a little bit, this works out pretty good with the turret and drone as well here, because we are actually gaining some skill damage and such from the modifier together with some weapon damage. So we're kind of eating into 2 pies, basically. You know, we're taking a bite from here and a bite from there, instead of, you know, a red build that is just taking, although a much bigger bite just from the red. And while they are pretty weak, they still heal decently. And once the Memento is charged up, which is these numbers as well, then we actually don't have that weak of a turret and a drone. But I feel as well, the yellowest version of this can work out. But what I've had here, a lot of success with here as well, is actually just running the mechanical animal. And together with modifiers, as again, this kind of a build that, yeah, kind of does need the boost of a modifier in some way, either this season's or next season's. But if we have that, we are actually at 2 yellow cores. We have from Technician, we have 1 from Memento. So we're at 2. We can't get 4 from a mechanical animal. From normal normal future perfect instead of future perfection, what we can get is just having 3 cores from normal, but actually with perfect, and that's also why we're going with mechanical ML, we can get 4, and we can go from 2 to 6 basically, and then overcharge. But we do have to do so with a much weaker weapon, because especially the capacitor here is actually the much better choice damage output wise. We are of course gaining a little bit from those 2 yellow cores, but especially for instance for this season when we overcharge, there's actually a quirk with the capacitor where when we go to that in effect 7 tiers for an overcharge, which normally we wouldn't consider that in that way for the skills, and yeah, it is definitely true for the skills. There is no like 7th tier for the skills. There is one for the capacitor, and especially that can kind of raise the capacitor's damage quite well. But overall, I've been enjoying this. This has kind of been in the same way of a red FI, where we have kind of the buff and then self damage, but very bad healing. This has a little bit better healing and then self damage and not the buff at all. So it does work out. It does, for instance, yeah, offset no regen a little bit. It can work as a combat medic in that way. Yeah, let's actually go look at some of the numbers behind these. Let's, yeah, we're cutting in there, of course. Let's actually see how long we've been going already. Hopefully not too long. 24. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that's a little longer. Although, yeah, this one's gonna likely hit 2 hours in total, which kind of sucks. But it is what it is. Let's take it over here. Let's put this here first. Yeah. Let me get you here. I'm gonna get about wrong wording some stuff in div 2. Yes. I mean, I don't think there's other. Well, actually, there is either. There's somebody abusing my name. I should maybe say. I think they're on console, but yeah, but there's a whole clan of people that is just all of the content creators' names, basically. IKEA. Yeah, no. Well, also we have no Kia, of course, but yeah, no, I did wrong text guide. I'm guessing you have either something to add or something to correct about it. That's usually where that question leads to. Yeah, but yeah, I make a lot of guides and such. So yeah, let's start looking at this. I have already kind of analyzed this for myself, so I kind of know what I'm going to say. And for that, we'll go to the spreadsheet. This will, of course, also be linked in the description down below, so you can go and look at it at your leisure or read along if you want to. This is 2-parters. We have basically comparing first the refactor, just the yellow that we had, kind of to a turret and drone build, especially because I feel a lot of people overestimate how much the turret and drone parts of the turret drone on the refactor actually are behind versus a high end, because they're barely behind. And the other part is, yeah, the high end, what it gains is that it has the opportunity to get a little bit more damage out. But yeah, we're going to compare those. And of course, as well, we're going to take the red factor that we saw a second ago and put it up against red FI, basically, so that we can compare those two with each other as well and kind of know what their damage outputs is, just also to have kind of a ley line of how these deal. Let's, of course, zoom in a little bit just so we have it a little bit bigger, although not humongous, but a little bit bigger. What we have here is basically the refactor build, and each of the builds is broken up in this way, where we have the weapon first, and then the turret and the drone separately. And what I've done here for the turret and drone, so you may notice that for the weapon, we're just calculating here. For the turret and drone, I just took the easy way and just used them in-game and just took the number from in-game. And of course, the turret and the drone, they don't headshot or well, even if they do headshots, because they can actually hit headshots and you'll see a red number, they don't do more damage on a headshot, they don't do crit, so they don't crit. So their average damage, what we normally would consider average damage that we have to kind of calculate out for, weapon side of things, that's just that. Whatever they hit here, that's their average damage. So we're taking that in here, we're putting in the stats as if they were a weapon, basically. Now, of course, the thing is, though, that the turret and drone are much less consistent. So kind of looking at them like this, that's also why I generally don't include turret and drone in like these, because at the very least, on this weapon end, there are times that we're kind of outputting DPS at a DPS level. There might be a second somewhere where you're just shooting at, let's say, a named or a boss or raid boss, and you're outputting at full DPS, you're, stacked at full and such, and then also you're shooting them for the full second. So you're outputting actually burst DPS in a realistic sense. The turret and drone just barely ever do that. They are much more finicky in what they're targeting. The drone might be just going off at a target at the distance, or just not wanting to actually follow your command to attack someone. The turret might be aiming at a wall just because there's a person on the other side of it while there is a whole army in front of you. So the damage from those is much less consistent, but we're still going to take the theoretical numbers here, and we're not going to kind of reduce them by percentage or something. I feel I wouldn't be able to give you numbers for those. So we're just kind of taking them at full face value. But yeah, we have those, and then we have it combined. So we're just taking all of the DPSs, adding them all up, and just getting a new DPS out of it. And then we're comparing them as well into themselves. So do you see that there's grading here to the colors, basically? And that means that all of the white ones are kind of comparing between themselves, all of the slightly glare ones between themselves, and so on and so on. So we're just basically comparing all of the turrets against each other, we're comparing all of the drones against each other, and then the combines against each other. Then on this right side, we have it actually within a thing. So the weapon, and then the turret, and then the drone of this setup, because we want to know that as well, because from this we can kind of deduce how much damage is coming from the turret and the drone and how much is coming from the weapon end of things. If we look at the refactor, and especially if we kind of look at the turret, let's start there. We see that actually when we look at a kinetic momentum version of a high end, and actually to show what I mean with that, let's actually take it to a build picture of it for a second, which is just this. So this is the base build that we're kind of comparing it as to with the high ends, and this is just 2-piece Empress, 2-piece Hanyu, 1-piece Wyvern, here with glass cannon, although actually in that calculation there we have it first with kinetic momentum, then with glass. We have both versions, and especially what we get here then is the ability to add in a lot more reds. Now in the refactor, we could add in 5 places basically where we could swap a skill haste, for instance, for crit chance, crit damages. You don't gain too much from it. It isn't still a perfect comparison to the Yan, kind of take a red-ish or crit chance, crit damage kind of setup, because we do gain a decent amount of crit chance and crit damage going this route because of the capacitor as well. But yeah, that's the other build, just to know what we're comparing it against. And let's take it back here. But yeah, that version is actually just barely ahead. It is insignificantly ahead on the turret and the drone, because actually that 25% that we gain from the gear set is pretty close to what we gain from the brand bonuses that we would get here. Now, that then is actually, yeah, the turret and the drone of this build basically do the same as the turret and the drone of a normal turret drone build. Now, of course, we gain then in the weapon end. Yeah, we go up by quite a bit, especially here with that crit chance and crit damage, especially when we go and look at the glass one. As we were talking about, the kinetic momentum is now a lot more actually than glass, but it's only applying to the turret and drone. We see that on the high-end glass here, the turret and drone are actually dropping by quite a bit if we're comparing, when they're comparing still to that refactor here. But that weapon basically doubled. And this is kind of the thing. I kind of like glass there. Glass does this, I can control much better than I can the turret and the drone. So it ends up becoming a thing of like your tool being a lot stronger can actually be very effective. And that difference is really felt, especially in the high-end version. But here in the refactor, yeah, a lot of our damage, because if you compare how much the turret is higher than our weapon, It's 42% ahead of it, where, for instance, in the high-end version with kinetic momentum, it is 14% ahead of it. So the weapon is much higher. Because of that, the turret is kind of lower, because the turret of the two is kind of at the same plateau. So, you know, the weapon damage, the damage that the weapon does specifically goes higher. Now, of course, on the glass end, it's actually inverse. Now, the turret and the drone are actually doing less damage than the capacitor on the build, of course. And yeah, that's kind of important to somewhat know. So especially on this, we kind of can know that the turret and drone will function pretty powerfully, and they are actually, you know, in the same ballpark as a high end with kinetic momentum, especially. But what we especially lose is because we have less stats, we can't really go that crit chance, crit damage route, not to a degree that will be impactful. Because yeah, I've actually calculated that also with having some more crit chance and crit damage, we don't gain that much because we have only 5 places to put some crit chance and crit damage. All that together kind of means that, yeah, it is kind of on par with that. But then on top of that, what we're giving up basically on the weapon damage end, we're gaining back in healing. And this then becomes that if you're going solo, I would still definitely go the high-end route, especially, for instance, something like this with the glass, where also just the combined of it is much higher. It is basically 10% higher when you kind of combine them, but just that weapon damage, especially, that you can much more closely direct and make sure that actually lands on the enemy. That is so much higher and makes it much more effective. But in a group setting, of course, the refactor is also healing while it's doing all of this, and that is actually really strong. Let's go look at our red factor next. And we're gonna cut it there. Let's put that in the bag. 7, almost 8 minutes. Okay. This together needs to be 12 minutes. So yeah, we're kind of on target for that. Yeah, let me get you over there. And hey there, Andy. Checking in for class. Well, welcome in. We're having the board up, and yeah, we're going through some stuff indeed. Feels like class. No, just curious. And there's someone linked that. Okay. The videos around all the world of talents and some like spreadsheet documents. Yeah, that's okay. Well, I have a bunch of guides actually for those maybe interested. You know, we'll link to the guides there. Because yeah, if you're interested in that one, you might be interested in some of the others in there, because we've made some cool ones through the ages. Also, yeah, next season I need to remember at the start of it. Likely day 1, we'll just do the add in the weapons into named and stuff. We'll do that on first day. But yeah, let's go to the red factor here. Oh, yeah. And this one is mostly because I was kind of curious about how far ahead behind sideways are we to a red F5, for instance, here. And also, what is the burst DPS of this build? Because, yeah, that does hint at how much damage, of course, we can extract from it. Here we're taking a red factor here with capacitor, and also actually with all of these I'm doing capacitor and then Lexington just also as a comparison, as I wanted to know, is the capacitor that much ahead? Is it worthwhile going? Now generally nowadays with since the most recent changes to the capacitor a while back, generally if you have 2 yellow cores, it's going to be ahead of most options, but there's a big caveat, and that's actually this one, which is that it has DTA, of course, instead of DTH. Now, it really depends on what you set that DTA to DTH number for to, because if we're kind of going all DTH, basically if we set this to 0% DTA, yeah, the Lexington is of course way ahead at that point. If we're putting this at 100% instead, then the capacitor is ahead because, you know, now the DTH isn't applying and now the DTA of the capacitor is. That's kind of the thing with the capacitor, especially in this role, is that you could actually make a case for when you have more enemies that you're fighting with armor than without. And especially here, we're kind of running it on a build that's going to be used in groups. So when solo, for instance, you're doing a control point and the second wave is like a bunch of reds as well, alongside of a few purples and then some elites. In a 4-man group, where this build is much more at home, you could make a case of everything's now elite. Basically, when you're four-manning a control point, basically outside of maybe one or two purples, you'll only see elites. If we put this at 60% DTA, which is what I'm going to be using here, and there's an important caveat to know, we're using 60% as our kind of approximation of what I think in general that we see in DTA, then yeah, we get these results. And that is that, yeah, the capacitor definitely is a little bit ahead of it because, yeah, we're comparing everything here is comparing to this top slot. Here, everything is comparing again in between, basically. So if we look at, for instance, as well, once we have the memento full on that build, we are actually gaining around 11% there, which is, of course, very important. That does mean that we want to get some kills in. We do actively want to be aggressive with it, get the kills in, and get that memento charged up in a group setting where we are one of the weaker builds. There is definitely something to be said here for that is especially a little bit harder. But yeah, we just have to try to sneak in our kills. With the Lexington here, with this 60% as our DTA rate, the capacitor is way ahead. So we definitely, for that build with 2 yellow cores, we want to go with the capacitor there. And there as well, we would gain around like a little bit over 11.5% once the memento is charged up. If we compare that here against the FIs here, so this is a red FI with Coyote and a red FI with BTSU, both from the build collection, then the red FI actually has around the same damage here, especially with the capacitor. And then actually, if it was with the Lexington, it would be around the same as well. Now, of course, the Lexington as well, one of the things that it can have is, for instance, Killer. Now, of course, we're using this in a group. Killer, maybe not the best one to pick here, but Killer is a simple one to kind of integrate here. That's why I've gone with it. If we put 70 into this Killer spot here, we see that it jumps up by quite a bit for it. Even at the 60%, if we're kind of going, especially this FI with Coyote, and that's also the choice that I kind of make there, is I go with a high end, or for instance, actually, I think on the build picture currently there's a Bullet King on it, which kind of works for it, but also, yeah, likely next season it'll become a Lexington with Killer on it. Because yeah, if we can get that kill shot in, but even if this was, for instance, measured, this would be likely, you know, halfway in between the two, and this would be still around 5-6% ahead of capacitor with just measured on it. If we take it with the BTSU one, where we have one more yellow core, because we now have basically the yellow core from the BTSU coming in. Although actually no, so this one has one yellow core. This one has just the technician. This one is going to technician plus BTSU. There we see actually that the capacitor, of course, is dropping a little bit lower, and actually the in between the twos is not that big of a difference. It is 8% still, but if we were to go with, for instance, yeah, measured instead of Killer, because yeah, Killer still, yeah. If we actually remove the Killer, for instance, we see the difference there that, yeah, it drops quite a bit below. So if we kind of have it on the same number, or go with measured, for instance, it'll likely be around the same amount for the capacitor versus the Lexington with measured. But especially if we have Killer and get that trigger going, yeah, we can extract quite a bit of it. But especially what I wanted to know is, yeah, how much does this build do? And that is in these settings here as well with, if we take this to 20% headshot rate, which is usually the one that I kind of go with, when we take it with a 20%, we're kind of on the 5.9 here. Where, for instance, a striker is still around 11-ish million, an obliterate striker. That is, yeah, basically we're doing half the damage of a striker at that point. Still, we can get some kills in. We are healing our allies with skill damage that is going out. And of course, yeah, we also have that certain drone, and especially with this season's modifier and next season's as well, where it does apply a little bit of skill damage and also weapon damage to us. We can raise this enough that it is usable. It's definitely not a top pick, but it is in that same ballpark, for instance, as a red FI. And yeah, let's okay, that's 6 minutes, 2 minutes longer than I wanted. What is all this together? Let's have a peek. Well, I'm not going to redo anything. 38 minutes, yeah. This is a downside. I chose to do kind of 4 builds, and it's a lot. Oh, I turned on the thing there. I was like, hey, suddenly the world of this character is... But then, yeah, let's get set up maybe for doing some group stuff. Also, actually, I don't know, Pamik, if you're up for maybe joining for some parts, maybe, and just kind of helping carrying, just to make it a little faster. Also, as well, I'm gonna first do the red one. First, gonna go do the red one. So we're gonna go red one, the third row one, and then the eclipse one, the status effect one. Actually, let me jump into general there. But as for this, I feel we do some summit or something.
Defibrillators detected on hostiles. Safe area detected.
But also, yeah, anybody else is interested in joining for that, we'll likely just do like 3 floors of a summit. Nothing too excessive. But especially there, I can have no regen on. Elijah, I need a bio break as well, so I'm just gonna let's set this up real quick because yeah, still have done 7 directives from earlier. So we go. And then not region. I have the global event on. Yeah, let's deactivate that. Well, that is deactivated. I'm just gonna take a short bio and I'll be right back.
Another agent is now in your group.
There we go. I don't want to get into it. Now snipe if you're interested, and yes, anybody else as well. I wouldn't mind just grabbing a team from stream if we can. And
hello.
In a bam. If you have your in-game name for me, I can slash invite you in.
We need you to secure a skyscraper. This may take a
Because
while.
sometimes as well.
Hope you cleared your
But yeah,
schedule.
my in-game is the IKEA here, but sometimes that system takes forever to update. But if you have your in-game name for me, I can slash invite you. I have something regarding the success components. We can see that there are players with over 40 components. Good for them. There is only, so the thing is, at the end of the day, if we're kind of being real about it, all of this can be at level at 30, and that's all the benefit that you can get from it, right? Like, The benefit is you can have multiple things at 30, but you don't get more benefit than everything here just being over 30. Oh shit, actually no, I'll run it with this capacitor. I forgot that the grade 25 is on the other. Yeah, and we got a lot of key in there as well, and then send this in here as well. Nice.
Are we playing it without modifiers or with modifiers?
Oh well, all of it without. It should be off. I just.
Yeah, it's off. I was just asking. Just to make sure.
Yeah, just so it's timeless, basically. Also, it wouldn't let me just cut out the name there. That should work. That didn't work. My group leader? I'm group leader. Let me just type it. Sometimes as well there's extra things that come with. There we
go. Another agent is now in your group.
Anyway, we're gonna run it with no regen and such, and also as well, Lata, if you want to and not have my explosions and everything in the background, we are in Discord. Even that's just for you, it's not per se required. But, you can join the voice channel, and then in there, even if you don't want to talk and stuff, you can just have my voice without also my stream, basically. But only if you want to. Actually, I kind of need to intro the build first. So let's open up this. But then actually, yeah, let's go up, and then if we wait on the inside there. Just have this loading screen already out of the way. I was gonna do it down there, but I realize now we can get this loading screen out of the way. I know, watch out that there is hard to earn and no regen, so there is no med packs to start here with. But that's kind of also gives me something to do.
I'm to die first.
Yeah. Let's hold here if we can. And then I'm going to do a quick intro to the build, and then we'll go in. Also, let me get you here. Foundry build with 1.5 per bulwark shield, also Liberty. I do want Liberty. Do you have tips to improve it? If you're using that just for general play, like that's a full tank, and like there is places for a full tank, like incur or like raids, where they kind of matter. In general play, you're way too tanky. Is kind of the thing. So compare that, for instance, I'm gonna link you to a build there, but also just quickly. But for instance, what I like running is, I'll link that build there. I'll put it in both. Heartbreaker Tech Tank. This is kind of the build that I like running as something tanky. I'll pull it up on stream as well for a second. As something tanky, but still has a lot of damage. So this has a very strong shield that is getting healed by the Artificer. And this can do this is doing 1 million or more so even on a headshot. But this is doing it at 600 RPM. You know, the once it stacks and everything. And has 3% regen as well, and 6-tier shield and stuff like that. So I would recommend something like that, because the thing is, being too tanky is also just slow. You want to have the balance between just enough tank and just enough spank. Just there's a terminology in like MMOs and stuff of tank and spank. Yeah, you want to kind of have a little bit of it. Can we see your stats? My which stats? You mean? Oh, you mean just the stats on this? The build picture of this is on the build collection. What is this? This is 1.09. You can have a look at all the stats on that build picture. As you know it, I'll put it in the YouTube chat too. But yeah, that's the build we'll be running here for a second. Although this, I wouldn't say this is a good build. This is more like it works. Paint sprays, killed with paint sprays. Yeah, let's get going because I'm keeping up some people here as well. But yeah, I'm gonna do a quick intro and then we're gonna go.
I was just when they were asking about the Foundry
Mm-hmm.
and Liberty doing 1 more damage, how to improve it is like drop the Foundry, drop Liberty, put the Regulus on, put Hunter's Fury on. Works.
Yeah. There's also, yeah, the kind of king thing to keep in mind is that, yeah, that's actually not that much. Because
Yeah.
you can, especially for instance, if you're going like even full red or something, then we're reaching like 1.3 with at like 970 RPM instead of 300, so 3 times as fast. But that of course comes with a little bit more. So give something like that a try, Nitro. But also, yeah, you would need, for instance, starting out, that build does take a little bit of time. You need to get unlock Technician, you need to get a Memento. So it's not as easy to set up together. But even there, if you, for instance, go with Foundry, if you just want to like have something quicker, Foundry, Blue Course, crit chance, crit damage underneath everything. You can go chest or backpack, but you can just go with something obliterate and like whatever's, and just go SMG with. And that works kind of tanky. Is a tanky build that still does a lot more damage. And then, for instance, yeah, go with the Crusader Shield, so you can have the SMG, and then yeah, just a bunch of crit damage and crit chance. No. Okay, you're still studying that. Although honestly, you're looking better than a lot of us. But yeah, we'll help carry here. We're just on heroic. We're not doing too hard. Spare skill and improve the healing of the shield. Not in general, so not with the healing that Foundry and stuff does. On the Heartbreaker that we have there with Artificer, repair skill helps with that, but that's like only the healing of the Artificer hive to the shield. But not the healing that, for instance, yeah, whenever it's from a talent, basically it's just doing what the talent says. And in that case, it's a percentage of incoming damage. Very comfy to play. Yeah, can agree with that. Yeah, let's get going. Keep getting myself sidetracked. Yeah. Also, yeah, feel free to, if you need to do a call out or something, feel free. But for the rest, I'm just gonna ramble on and on. And yeah, we're just gonna do 3 floors here quickly. Yeah. And we'll start here as well, actually going with this red factor, as we just saw it a second ago, and we saw its stats. As we kind of saw there as well, I'm just laying it out in crit chance, crit damages to kind of hit numbers that we kind of want to go for. Although actually what we have here as well is that I'm actually hitting 56, and here there is going to be a Coyote in my team. I'm going to grab instead, and that's kind of what I have here always, is just different mementos with different mods in here. So I was actually running it solo earlier just to warm up a little bit with it. But yeah, here, expecting a mid-range Coyote, we're going to set it up for that range. And most of these builds as well, I'm going to expect to be kind of in that, in a team with a Coyote with it. For the rest of it, yeah, we're just going to try to play as aggressive, try to charge up the Memento. We've come to the summit here, and we'll start getting going. We're likely just to 3 floors here. We've come to the summit specifically so that we have the no regen directive available for us. And we're starting already with some hacked warhounds. The no regen, so one of the things is actually that I would have liked to see is for the season that we have, to have no regen. Next season as well, we won't have no regen, it'll still be fragile armor next season. Because with no regen, healers become a lot more potent. Here we have that turret, or the warhounds exploding. I've actually deployed my turret and kind of stood by it. Faraday, of course, from Technician, is helping me there to kind of... It also helped my drone survive incidentally. I wasn't actually practicing to hit that. But with no regen, as we kind of see there nowadays as well, you can't just weapon swap to make it go away. That makes healers actually useful. And I feel any season where we have no regen, which again, next season we still won't, but maybe the one after, the potency of things like this, and especially, one that I like as well, the combat medics, goes up by quite a bit. But what we see there as well is already, we've healed up Pomik already back up. And yeah, I've actually taken a few people from stream here with me just to quickly get together. Just to also, not have to per se deal with random matchmaking, which, of course, if I want to take my time and, for instance, do an intro at places. It's kind of hard to coordinate that. Here's what I'm just gonna go back to my turret just like not get zapped. My drone survived incidentally, and yeah, what we do want to do is just to have our turret and drone singing as much as possible, as much of the time. That is the core to any turret drone build, but it is actually harder than one might think. A lot of people go with the term of like, it is, you know, a turret drone build is an AFK build. In general, no. If you're playing in, you know, past season 2, all the way back when like capacitor got introduced, or season 3, when capacitor got introduced, when things like InSync got introduced, where combined arms got introduced, all of those things, they make it so that, yeah, if you're playing it passively, you're kind of doing it wrong, because there's so much damage in capacitor. There's so much damage in getting the turret and drone to, for instance, yeah, always kind of actively hit enemies. And we kind of see the healing there, for instance, on them. So we have also hard to earn here on, so they don't have med packs. I'm making it extra hard for them. But yeah, we do want to have our turret and drone be targeting stuff. So in general, what I find myself doing on turret drone builds, and that's also kind of the downside of them, because the damage isn't commensurate to the effort needed, I end up actually shooting just as much as I would on a red build, but then also trying to concentrate on my turret and my drone and where they're shooting, and is my drone coming back, because instead of coming all the way back, if I target somebody else, it'll go there right away. So you do want to be aware like that. And actually, the downside is that for that effort, I don't gain more damage. Now, in the past, that used to be a little bit the case, that we would have decent damage versus red builds. If you went with a negotiator turret drone hybrid back in the day, before Striker actually was what it is nowadays, numbers-wise, that negotiator turret drone hybrid or high-end turret drone hybrid was actually able to generally compete with a glass red. And especially as well back then, an obliterate red and such. Now what we see here is that the healing that I have isn't actually that strong. It is not to the degree of the full refactor, but is enough to kind of keep people topped off, except that I'm having issues, and this is for instance some of those issues where the turret and the drone, my turrets got destroyed by the pulse, or my drone got destroyed by the pulse. My turret isn't like, just didn't want to target anything. It was on break. It was on lunch break. So it became a moment there. And those moments are frustrating. And that's also the reason why overall I do still have combat medics, and I still will run combat medics. Because situationally, those are less frustrating in kind of those moments. Those moments where I want to heal my allies, but my turret just doesn't want to do it. That doesn't happen when I have a chem available to me. And that's kind of the deal here. And that does kind of, it doesn't break refactor for me, but it definitely doesn't make it a replacement for combat medic, as I was kind of fearing it would be. Now we'll see with the turret drone one, it is actually, or well, the full turret drone one, the yellow cord one, that it can perform a little bit better than this, just because it just needs a few shots on the enemy, and I'll do here. But here I'm doing still okay-ish damage. We won't see an end of mission result here or something that we can kind of compare in between, but yeah. Here as well, so we do have jammers. So one of the things with jammers is, of course, normally you would say like this completely disables, but no, we can actually deploy my turret. My turret has Faraday now, and I of course am Faraday. And from that point on, I'll trust you know, that me and my team will get the thing going pretty quickly. I was just shooting that thing while it was still immune. But this thing, I feel, this red one, for like 4-man here, or for instance doing it in the open world, kind of can do that role of a combat medic and kind of, yeah, run with the team, make sure that no regen basically takes the sting off of it. And of course, as we saw on the numbers end of it, even when I'm fully charged up on the momentum, and here especially, we're just doing like 3 floors here and we're not going that in-depth with it or long with it. That's also the thing you would want with this. You would want this, you would want to run this for, you know, with a team where you're running it for, you know, several things in a row. So doing just a few floors here. It's kind of doing it a disservice, but I feel this was the best place to kind of showcase it. Because if we were going for a longer time, eventually I'll fill up the memento, of course, and then we're, you know, gaining those amounts as well.
System disrupted.
And yeah, especially things like heavies and warhands for especially the turret and the drone can make, you know, good targets. We can just hit them a lot. Here as well, my turret is gonna, and yeah, my drone as well. both have given hope. There it goes. Drone finally realized it isn't stationary like the turret. It was just there, hanging out with the turret in solidarity. But yeah, that is kind of the downside of it. It isn't as controlled as you would want it to be, and that kind of does hurt it a little bit. Yeah, let's go take our bucks at the end here, and then we'll round out this this segment. We'll go through the builds kind of quickly because yeah, there's plenty of them, and I want to keep this below. I want to keep it below the length of a full-on masterclass instead of the build of a build showcase. But yeah, let's go on and look actually at the turret drone version. Okay, let's get it there. Yeah, make sure to get your loots. Actually, let me see as well if I got anything worth keeping or sharing.
I showed a 12% crit damage mod.
Okay, that will.
I think Cookie already picked it up.
Yeah, that will help out. One thing we could do, just seeing as we have the 4-man, we could actually do the segment of the status effect one first. Because I would like to actually take the third drone one into legendary. Although actually we could even do that. If you're up for it as well, Latte. I just don't want to take you forces into there if you're like feel not ready or something. Otherwise, yeah, let's go back to DC. In any case, I need to swap characters anyway. Also, yeah, let me catch up here on chat for a second. Let me catch up. Blue screen or island response, please. Oh yeah. You mind, Reezy? We're kind of recording some segments here and there, so I'll be basically, yeah, not responding to chat until in those segments. If you're still around, there are different things for different builds. So, for instance, blue screen works really well with Negotiator. Iron Lung works really well with OD. It really depends on like those kind of things. I'm gonna, if you guys maybe stay together, I'm just gonna swap character. And if you guys are up for it, maybe we do. Although, what would be some, because we're likely not going to do a full legendary. But what would be a good, like what would be a good place? I feel the Roosevelt start.
Skill, but I think I'm not gonna go foam.
Yeah, no, it would just be 3 reds preferably, and this. Just as yeah. You guys still together, right?
Yep.
Friends list too big. I might at some point actually. Although I would feel bad for any person I remove from it, but at some point I feel I need to maybe make that list shorter. Like people that I haven't played with in a while. I was kind of thinking maybe we go Roosevelt start. Like, that's a place where a lot of damage and such happens. Let me also take the chest with me just in case.
Do I have this backpack state somewhere? I don't. Okay, perfect.
I'm sorry.
So I can put this free core damage on.
And as well, we're likely not gonna do the whole thing. We'll likely just do a few rooms if you guys are okay with that.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'll do the intro for it here and then we'll take it there.
I
Also,
don't feel weird to go into legendary and not be foam.
It's Gears brand. So. Doing legend summoning group with tracker. Yeah, oh, I could. That seems like a good place. Also amazing if that's. I mean, yeah, I recognize it, but yeah, I can't read. I'm guessing you went and got something through Google Translator there. But yeah, I can't read Parsi. I can only speak it, and actually at like a level of a child, so I can't even really speak it. So yeah. And also, yeah, I do try to keep it English in general, just so everybody can kind of read along. Can I just select that and translate it? I'm curious what it says. Just a moment. Oh, they're just saying good night. Yeah, Bekhair, likely, and mercy. I know the words, but yeah, I can't read them. Yeah, let's go here. I'm gonna quick intro and then, or actually, start of capital.
There? I don't know.
Because there's also one that is kind of usually messy. I'm kind of looking for like a messy fight. Nah, let's go Roosevelt. Just it'll be faster. Yeah.
Just forget to change it from the manhunt.
Man,
Oh yeah, I'm
modifier?
Who's the leader? Yeah, I'm the leader.
Oh yeah,
Are
no
they on?
modifiers off.
Are they
Oh,
on?
you mean
Yeah.
the manhunt? Oh, that
Yeah,
manhunt. Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, that actually. Nah, that's those fights aren't that great. Yeah, let's quickly. Okay, I'm gonna record an intro here and then we'll go over there and set up. You guys can already go over there if you want to. I'll be there in a second. And next up, we'll take indeed the third drone one, the full skill build one, basically the third drone setup. Here as well, one thing that I definitely would consider, we're going to take this into Roosevelt and Legendary, actually. And just do the starting few rooms. We're not going to do the entirety of it, just to kind of showcase a little bit what this can do. I am not taking the chest here, though, although the chest would definitely be a consideration that you could take, especially if the team is a little bit weaker, because you can give up a little bit of your damage as well. Again, also then kind of weakening the build or the team a little bit. But then the healing becomes much more potent, and because of that, it will actually add to it. So generally what you can kind of see it as is that because we're doing more damage because of kinetic momentum, this is around like 26, 27% of the 35% that the chest would give. So it's also not basically a 20% versus a 35% because the chest talent, of course, increases our damage. Yeah, let's jump over there and get started. And yeah, on these ones, I don't know if you're familiar with them a little bit, latte, but we're gonna kind of take position at the starting there and just shoot shit, shoot shit, don't die. But yeah, we'll all get set up basically and then engage. And yeah, I'm kind of showing. Yeah, parking in a parked car.
I'm the engine.
Yeah.
Oh.
And yeah, let it can fast travel to us as well. Then get started here. Actually, let's go up to the thing there because this is just running. Let's go up to the
You've got your objective. Don't let
the first
anything
room.
stand in your way.
And then I'll start recording. So let's hold up here. I'm just gonna hit record and then we'll get going. And yeah, we've come here to Roosevelt. Same team as actually a moment before. We're just taking it in this way. Here we have we're with red builds and then me kind of as the support. So we're not going in with with what we would normally have, which is an Eclipse. So generally we run most of these runs with 1 foam and then 3 damage dealers, so generally striker. But we have done so, of course, in the past, sometimes here and there with the form of a Umbra or such. And yeah, here damage wise, so even without the chest, you can see basically people are getting hit and then they're kind of popping back to full. The downside of it is, as we see there, is if you haven't seen the only tips on it is the health gate, and that's kind of why generally, yeah, our go-to will not change to be a refactor, especially in like random teams. I could see this working a little bit more, but especially in coordinated teams, the effects that foam eclipse can have and can make it so much more faster, basically. Preventing the damage is just going to be better than healing the damage. If the damage doesn't happen in the first place, we've solved the whole issue, and there is nothing, there's no issues basically, and that's kind of the thing. And here as well, as I kind of started that sentence, the health gate. The health gate, if you're not familiar with it, is a gate at the end of the health. It is there. You can go watch the only tips. I might even link that down below in the description. I explained it in there, but every time that someone reaches the end of their health, they have a 30-second timer that if they reach the end of their health again, they will get downed. But the first time, you basically have a protection there. That's also what usually gets called the one-shot protection. That effect is, means that even if I heal somebody back to full, if they get hit hard enough, that doesn't matter. Because if they're getting hit by a sniper, and I heal them back to full, and they stand back up and get hit by a sniper again, they're getting downed. There's nothing I can do to prevent that. That also means that any build like this, or like FI, or like any healer, is very dependent as well on your teammates. So here, for instance, I'm very confident that, for instance, my teammates are at least a little bit aware of it, especially, for instance, Pomic and Tennyson will know that system well. Lade will be learning it likely in here. What we do want to do is be aggressive and move up with our teammates as well here. We'll likely go all the way up to basically through this next room as well. And what we do see is every time my allies do get hit, they pop back up quite quickly on health. I'm gonna send my turret or my drone generally as a harassing tool. It'll go after what is perceived to be the biggest issue. So for instance here, the 2 snipers. This is, for instance, keeping those 2 snipers perfectly busy with just 1 drone. And then my turret is generally going into a high area. This is what I would in general do with drone builds in general, is just try to get the turret up on high where it can shoot everybody, where it can be effective in that way. And one thing that turret and drone generally do anyway is draw a lot of, for instance there, the drones of that drone operator did go up, but they went after my drone because it was the easiest, nearest target, and my drone just took it. Yeah, we're going to push through, and for instance, in this part, it's kind of important that we stick together, and then in the end part of this, there is basically a wave in the back. So we're going to go through, kill the waves across, and then come back. The thing with Legendary is it is very consistent. Once you know the spawns, they're that every single time. Now, I'm gonna go and get set up here. I'm gonna put my turret down. That engagement actually with for instance, that's an important one to know that when we're shooting a Warhound, for instance, with an EMP sticky, as long as we don't detonate the EMP sticky, that one came from Comic there, it doesn't actually aggro yet. And yeah, we see that while the healing of this isn't as good as with the chest, because the healing is definitely better with that. And here, for instance, that would definitely just work out because my team is strong enough. So I could give up a little bit of my damage. And here we want to kill these two waves, and then we're going to fall back real quick. We do especially want to kill that heavy on the side. But as well, my drone as well, acting as kind of a skirmisher against that heavy. I'm going to recycle my drone here, but yeah, we're going to fall back and try to catch this wave as it lands. And if we can do that, that will be in our favor. And of course here as well, I have the teammates to kind of do this with, but in a slower team, doing it slower, you could definitely get by running Refractor. Refractor, especially for Legendary, I feel definitely has a place. You're doing damage and you're healing. We're gonna go grab the boxes here. Of course, the box is also scaling to Legendary. I do also want to show this way of getting up, as a lot of people don't know about that one and just go around. Also, I'll grab that just to share for its stat later on, maybe. We don't want to forget any of our skills and such, of course. Let's do one more room. Let's do the burn pits as well. Just to have shown that. And then maybe as well, we might actually show we might cut there and go to the boss room and maybe show that as well, actually, because that would be a good fight to kind of show the opportunities that we have here. And here we're going to bunch up and then go in all together. Because we have the waves here. One thing to remember is, yeah, you're a technician. So, for instance, we are going to try to grenade and such. We can do that for the Warhounds and such, for instance, but here just as this tool. Anyway, my teammates are pretty effective. I'm familiar with this mission as well. One of the things with legendaries is that if every person kind of knows what they're doing, it goes pretty consistently quick. Yeah, let's get the key chest as well, just to have that. Of course, we do want. Got a loot. We did the shoot, we got the loot. I'm gonna actually recycle my drone there. Wait for everybody to be here. And yeah, let's go do this room. And positioning, of course, for third drone. This is a third drone build at heart. So yeah, positioning matters. I'm gonna put it forward and kind of covering as much area as it can. I want it to be able to shoot. I want to give it the best chances to do the most that it can. Also, by being in front of us, it will actually draw some of the aggro. You will see a bunch of the things like drones and such. They will go for them. And yeah, as any person gets hit, they'll get popped up to full health pretty quickly, but yeah, it's kind of dependent on them as well to know the health gate mechanics. Do not, once they basically get health gated, once you reach that end of the health, they need to watch out that, you know, the next one is going to take them down, even if I've healed them back up. It's especially stuff like chip damage, that for instance there, Tonyson got hit a few times, but it didn't go all the way to the end of his health. That gets prevented here, and Legendary is a lot of chip damage. So yeah, actually, let's just for brevity's sake, we'll cut it up here, and we'll come back at the boss room and actually kind of show that area. Yeah, let's maybe do that. If you guys are up for it as well. Let's just make it to the boss. And then... well, I'll take that for the max stat. Yeah, let's make it all the way to the boss, and then at the boss fight, we'll do another segment. No, don't worry too much about it. Pomic will carry.
And now that I'm not Eclipse just forming, I can actually do something maybe, so.
Yep. Pomic will carry us, and Tonyson will carry Pomic.
Perfect. I can agree to that.
Actually, I haven't run this as well in this way. I don't mind paying attention to what I'm effectively doing here. Because also, yeah, if we do an end of mission, I can also get an end of mission result. Let's see actually how much... It's not going to be close, but it's not going to be nothing, that's the thing. And I'll call out waves as they come and such. Because yeah, for instance, here is just this wave, and then there's nothing behind this or such. Because I will have this build, then actually I want to do a little section with the explosive one. And then lastly the Eclipse one, just a heroic mission. And yeah, let's hold here. Let's still go here. And here we'll have a bunch of choppers. So let's maybe actually, maybe if you take the start, and then Tonyson, if you take the end, then Latte is kind of in the middle, and then you know, both of you can kind of help with the middle.
Sure.
Yeah. So, Latte, if you come with me, if you kind of set up actually on this right side here, and I'll set up with you as well. So there's going to be a chopper that kind of lands around here-ish. Which I don't remember exactly where it lands, but we'll see in a second. I'm just going to go up here actually. There. They land there. And yeah, we're going to deal with this one.
An agent needs assistance.
That's also the downside of this. I don't have BTS here. Oh, watch out, the middle chopper's coming down. And then you kind of hang, yeah, exactly where you are, Latte. If you stay kind of there-ish, the next wave will also be there. Because there's going to be another chopper in a second, two kind of here in the middle, if you take those. Are you taking the one in the back, or?
Oh yeah.
Although we'll just clean them out. And that's...
Serious trauma detected.
There we go. What do we have still? Oh yeah, that, and that. Let's be shown. A lot is falling behind a little there. Let them get you before we engage here. What about my turret more forward, actually? Well, that high ground is nice. It's not good. Although, actually, yeah, it's eating a few. Yeah, this is kind of the thing with turrets as well. If you They eat a lot of... They're decent decoys. They'll eat a few of the grenades meant for others. Also, this place is ARs. Might have some useful stuff come out of it. Since that's not too bad of a roll. Actually, for the war rounds, I'm just gonna grenade them, and I think that with the EMP sticky. Oh wait, don't assume if you take EMP sticky too. Just in case. But for the first one, I can just grenade them. That disables them for quite a while anyway. And yeah, let's head on in. Wait for them to get together and then I'll grenade them. There. Nice. Ow.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Something's still alive.
One went behind.
Agent down.
Oh.
He was.
If we can
Understand.
kill the... Yeah. I'll get... right.
System malfunctioning.
Kill that.
Sniper
System
down.
reactivated.
Oh yeah, the other one got up just at the
System
wrong time.
disrupted.
Undisrupted as well. Yeah, we lost sight, or at least I did lose sight of the third one. It's weird that he went behind you. Just for the stats, just for the stance. The nice thing as well is if we wipe on the boss, there's a checkpoint, so I can act as if as if we didn't wipe. In the worst case. And here is just watch out for both sides because there's two sides to it. We'll just kind of hold the back here and just let them come to us. Good all.
An agent needs assistance.
Laddie. And yeah, both strats, right? Gate strats?
Yep.
Seeker strats? Yeah, no. Let me get you in chat here for a second and then kind of lock it in and then we'll jump over. Let me catch up here for a second. I missed the thing. In the momentum chest better than the refractor chest. I'll do more damage with that, basically is the thing. So the healing here is enough. Like if the team maybe is like worse because I did bring it with me specifically. I'm gonna actually at the end of it also discuss like I brought it with me in case we need it, and also I have a Hana U somewhere piece. But it depends on if we need it because as you notice, there are like it isn't the fastest healing, but it's more than enough. It's still like more than enough. And then yeah, I do a decent amount more damage. Let's yeah, I'm gonna just do a quick intro and then we jump over. It's just gonna be literally going like I'm at the boss room and then we jump over. Yeah, let's although wait, let me make sure that because it's been a little bit. Sorry, got sidetracked with putting some of the files away right away. Let's make sure that the recording actually works right away. Yeah, it's been a while since the last one, so the hard disk might have just gone like I'm going to bed. Yeah. Oh wait, just for continuity's sake, was I in the menu there? No, but I was just walking. Okay. So yeah, we'll just fade over to this. My camera was up there. And yeah, we've come to the boss fight here. We're going to do it with this and then the red builds. And yeah, we're going to go over. And of course, we'll have to deal with the Marauders and these waves. We're going to kind of hold this area at the start here. I'm going to put my turret pretty far forward. Or well, a decently bit forward. Taking too much time to set it up there. And the healing to myself is actually pretty, you know, it's basically half of what goes out to my allies. I'm gonna especially put my turret in a second to go after the destroyer here, of course, destroyer world. I'm gonna put my drone on some other things. Now, of course, here the turret is kind of at full strength, kind of always healing at full strength, effectively. That does mean that, yeah, the healing is pretty good against the bosses, but, and that's good against the minigun of the bosses, but if they get hit, if anybody here gets hit by the rockets, including me, well, basically, that first one is going to take us to Health Gate, the second one is going to take us down. I'm going to actually MP grenade over there. We've killed the Marauders pretty quickly. I believe I was hearing Ravenous going off there as well, which is, of course, a really good tool here. And honestly, I was just going to do the first few rooms. Also, I see an exotic there. And it being from a specific source, we likely have the biggest of the horns. We do want to keep our turret and drone singing. And then here especially, it's one of those things where, yeah, it is at longer distances. So it becomes kind of, we have to make choices. Like, how do I get up here and get my turret? I want to, of course, pick it back up. My drone is off cooldown. I'm gonna, yeah, we need some healing quickly. Let's see if I can get that done. One of the things always with healers is if you can keep the healing not, you know, whenever you're spending 2 seconds to met back, that's 2 seconds where you're not DPSing, of course. Yeah, we have the wave in the back. We have enough damage here to kind of deal with them quickly. If you can have a healer, they can kind of, you know, mitigate that. But that comes, of course, at its own cost. That healer is not doing as much damage. But here, I'm doing much more damage than, let's say, a full FI could. Of course, the full FI would also be applying a buff to all the allies here. I'm not doing that, but I'm doing about the same in healing, and then I'm doing a little bit more damage. Now, it would be interesting to kind of try to talk about how much damage would that add to teammates, and then how much healing and such. But also, for instance, here, I don't have to focus on my allies at all when I'm healing, which is also a really important tool. I don't have to know where my allies are. I just do my damage with my turret and drone, and we get the results that way. And yeah, it's actually not from specific source. It is from targeted source, and it's just the Elma. But we'll maybe make that find a good home with one of our teammates. I am actually curious on how we did damage-wise here. And while I am not, you know, in the same league as, for instance, full strikers on these two, and Lade was especially as well, is a newer player, and yeah, they're not actually even that geared up, but they were more than willing to join us in this fight, so good on them. I am doing, we're doing half on kills, 2/3 on damage, and that is the deal with this. It is doing damage on its own. Now, of course, in the FI sense, if I was buffing like my teammates for around 25%, if they were running Chest Striker, which I don't think they are actually, but if it's even like 20%-ish helping, or if we average that to 15%, they would be doing 15% more, and then the healing might be more consistent. But this is definitely a good way to deal with legendaries. And I found, and many with me found that, yeah, it is definitely a worthwhile tool, especially, for instance, for matchmaking, because as well here, we don't need coordination. I don't need to know where my teammates are. They're getting healed if they want to or not. I don't need to we don't need to huddle up on a hive. One thing, though, is that, for instance, the chest definitely is a worthwhile option to consider here. That's also why I brought it with me, just in case if we needed it. I could have swapped to this, and I have a swap in Honey U piece, I believe a glove, or no, actually it's a knee pad, just so also the core doesn't change. But for legendaries, this is more than good enough, and that's also been the thing. Some people have been poo-pooing it as, maybe not needed, but it doesn't need to be needed if it's just useful by itself. Let's go actually look at an explosive version of this for just a little bit before we take it to that status effect one. Okay. I'm gonna guess that Cookie may not have a Elmo yet. I don't know if you do, but also this one's with Detox. So I'll share that. Would have been nicer if it was a bighorn, but there you go. Feel free to take that one. Also, I have a few items here, so I'm hoping you're already familiar a little bit with the library. These are just for adding into the library if you don't have the maxed out stats. Also, I had the maxed out shock resist here. No, yeah, be sure to pick up those. I'm just gonna go pick up what's on this boat. Oh, yeah, that's our first Elmo, so that works out. And yeah, especially with weapons, you want that third stat that they have to be damage to targets out of cover. So that one has that already, saving you on some recalibrations. Also, I have one more max stat here. If I can find it quickly enough, there we go. But those are mostly for, just adding to their library, because most of the guns that we gave you there, outside of that Elmo, most of those weren't like that useful. You can just use them for the stats. And once you're ready, come to the pier here, because there's 2 more crates there that we want to grab quickly. Yeah, no worries, and we're always willing to help out. We all started somewhere. I've gotten plenty of help as well in other games here and there. Recently as well, somebody was very kind to me in Warframe and gave me a bunch of interesting stuff. Oh yeah, actually we have the exotic. Oh no, we don't. This wasn't the weekly. Never mind. I was like, we have the exotic from the weekly. No. Title was the weekly, but I'm not in the mood to do title. What was our time there? Actually, I wasn't even paying attention.
24 minutes.
24 minutes. Oh, okay. That's with also me yapping. Not too bad. How did that feel for you guys, actually, or how did it feel for you?
It was fine.
I
could have pushed more often, and I just used it when you were doing damage. I just peeked, got destroyed, went behind, got my arm back.
Yeah, definitely enough healing happened there. Let me set up for a second as mortar, and then if you guys are up for it, is there a good targeted somewhere that we want to go for? Maybe.
I didn't see anything.
Because just one control point, I think. We just do a quick control point. let me get... Good. Do I need those pieces from the other character? I do. Yeah. Might just... no. Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna... Wait, I have this one.
Yeah, we'll just move it around. I'm gonna go and get a drink.
Yeah, if you guys need to buy it, do that real quick. I'm just gonna... Wait, what is this from? Oh, it's from Exura. Yeah. I'm gonna quickly just... I need a piece from a different character. Should have realized that earlier. Also, yeah, let me catch up on chat while we're doing that. What are my skill damage numbers? I mean, you mean just the hit numbers from it? The build is in the build collection. I can just link you to it. I have it open here somewhere. So, what is it? 3 point something, 3.04. I'll just link you to the build picture and you can go have a look at it there. At least that was the one we were on a second ago. But it's basically all skill damage. Wherever it can have skill damage, it has skill damage. This is a red factor, just skill tier refactor. That one was just just like the full yellow refactor. The red factor we did a little bit earlier, actually. But this all, of course, will be... The build showcase is going to be on the channel tomorrow. But the earlier one, that was this, basically. Although, well, not with this. It was with kinetic momentum. It was this way. So this was the build I was running a second ago. I'm going to reconfigure it to... Oh, well, not reconfigure, but like just... Jimmy it up. Oh yeah, I need to grab the backpack to become a mortar version, and I just kind of want to show the mortar version just for a second, and then we go on to the status effect one, and that one's just we'll grab a mission. Might grab I might just do a Lincoln, like a quickie. That's mortar with mortar mods. And as one of the downsides sometimes is just I don't have enough slots to kind of like save a separate build like this. Which I just want to go with Stinger Hive. I think I do. Because this is 29 seconds, right? Like that's not. Or do we just take this sticky? I have a mortar. Yeah, especially with a let's just take this. Especially with if we're taking it to oh yeah. Come back up here.
You are now in a group.
I'm back.
Yeah, perfectly timed there. Let's go for a control point. What's like a control point that is kind of more of a hectic fight? I mean, not really any of them. Do we maybe just want to do Navy Plaza and just... Although, well, yeah, no, the defense part is completely meaningless when it comes to...
Maybe Sleeping Giant? The defense is kind of like just stand there, wait for everyone.
Yeah, I wanted to be like basically none of the outcast because that's just too easy.
Oh yeah, that's okay.
We wanna actually have a fight. What's actually New York?
All of them kind of have the
Yeah.
spawns where it's just
Yeah.
they spawn from one side to another.
Let's just go. Let's just go sinkhole. Just randomly. Are your strategies aligned? What do you mean? Which strategies? Aligned with what?
Hostile control point detected.
What we aligning? Oh, did I miss something? Onto alignment of my strategies. Yeah, let's go get set up for this fight. And yeah, here I'm gonna. Oh, let's sneak from the back. Let's actually show that. That might also be interesting. I'm gonna make the run over there. That'll make for a hectic fight, right?
Yeah.
Although, yeah, I need to have nothing in my way so we don't aggro. I'm gonna go wide around. We do have this heavy here. I'm just gonna hope to ignore him. Oh, strategic alignment. Yeah, whenever you guys are ready, feel free to pass out to me. Because yeah, let's jump into the hecticness here.
I just need quickly just put mod in.
Let's hold in for a second. Because actually I need to do a quick intro and then we run in. Let's do this here.
It should work. Nice.
You know, it will have that in the background. Explosions.
Probably went over.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the intro and where we just run in and just get to the inside real quick. Yeah, load it in, yeah. And here we're gonna quickly just to showcase it a little bit. We're gonna take the explosive one as well. So here with the sacrifice and the strategic alignment, that red core as well here became a yellow core now, just because yeah, we're on demo. The demo is needed for our oh, we're getting. Yeah, let's maybe clear this out and then outdistance this and come back. Because yeah, we're getting aggroed by stuff now.
Agent down. Agent vital signs.
In Latin
0.
might be AFK there. Let's respawn in. Yeah, there was too much shit around apparently. This might be easiest to just maybe outdistance this and then come back. Let's maybe do that. Let's just run, yeah, that away with Palmic. And then we come back and hopefully everything here is despawned. Because also, yeah, we don't want the control point to be aggroed yet, which they weren't there, I think, but likely if we start fighting
Someone
there.
from the inside the control point was shooting at me.
Okay, then they were aggroed. Oh yeah, if we come all the way out here, basically, whenever combat ends. Once we're all out here, we'll go back. You can also fast travel if that's faster. And made the cringe. Well, somebody had to. I think we're all out of combat, right? Yeah. Let's run back and then yeah. Maybe I do my intro a little bit further out here because yeah, that street is actually pretty. There's a lot of fighting happening there. Maybe we hold kind of here behind this truck and then... And then we go in right away.
Hostile control point identified.
Just waiting for the Isaac thing to go away. Yeah. Yeah, let's get going. Oh, there's enemies already? Yeah.
It was one Russia just running, going to get in the water.
Okay. Yeah, let's get going. And here we come to an explosive version of the same build that we had a second ago. As we saw in the build picture, we can kind of reconfigure this and kind of rejig this to become an explosive setup. So what has happened is we've gone to demo. Because of that, we've flipped the skill tier here. So we've gone from that red core that we had here when we had technician to this yellow core. And then as well as a setup for it, because especially explosive damage helps quite a bit for our mortar here. We're going that route, and then as well, if we're just going one piece, we might as well go the sacrifice. So that is the kind of the setup for it. Here, we're going to go and assault this control point. We're going to do so in a somewhat more aggressive and hectic way. And that's also why I've picked the hive and the mortar. So there's a gap here as we're coming up to the sinkhole, and they have a back hole on the sinkhole. And from there, we can just come back here. I'm going to put my hive here, covering basically 3 spawn points. And that will instantly engage us here. And as we see here, whenever my skills are hitting, especially for instance that hive there, which will continuously have some enemies to hit, we're just filling back up to full. Now the downside of this is, of course, it's very much it isn't every with the turrets. It's constantly continuously damaging enemies, making for a very consistent stream of healing. Here, of course, every time a mortar hits, we're getting one big chunk of healing. Everybody's popping back to full. Whenever my hive kind of is hitting people, it's bumping people back to full. I'm already as well going to call it in. So now normally we would not do this. We would split it into 2 fights. Just here to add to the hecticness. We're going to already call them in and make it one big fight. Because yeah, if you don't call them in right away, one of the things that happens is that these guys are just trying to get out of dodge. Trying to get out the way we came in, actually. That's also the area that it is in the upper northwest corner there. If you missed exactly where we came on over. Now the thing is though that we don't have that much skill haste, so not even as much skill haste as a normal mortar build. That makes it so that the hive isn't that quick to regen, because here as well, we're not using a BDSU that would normally make for a very quick regen of the hive. And yeah, now we're going to have the defense. They will spawn pretty much from over there. And that means that I'm just going to kind of set up here in the middle, at least with my mortar, and just try to hit enemies as often as I can. Of course, this does hit hard. I'm also kind of feeling the thing that I oftentimes feel when I'm running the full mortar build, which is that it's actually kind of hard to get the capacitor up and also do the mortar thing. And that's why I like in sync very much, much more so for this. And actually, we have in sync on here the harmony. But a shotgun would be better. A shotgun with 12 detox or 12 DTA as its stat, because the DTA does apply to the explosives. Now, there, somebody was damaged a little, but yeah, when that mortar lands, it will instantly heal everybody back up to full, including me. Although, yeah, I silly tried to push up there. But also that's kind of the thing. Sometimes you do get hurt. And as well, we've gone from kinetic to glass. Glass, of course, yeah, hurts quite a bit more than kinetic did. We're taking 60% here with perfect. More incoming damage in effect. And yeah, I'm just going to try to get my hive into a position where it can maybe get a hit in. It didn't really. But we'll just quick fire. There's actually an door there, even though the game isn't as you kind of see there. It's bouncing off an invisible door. We'll just move our hive over. And while this may be not per se the best kind of place to kind of showcase it, it still does help heal people back up a little bit. And yeah, we're still having an effect. If nothing else, we're giving a lot of screen shake to our allies. But yeah, just to have shown this and as well to put it into people's minds, because this definitely is also a good way to set this up. Anyway, we're cutting there. Now let's get our loot real quick. And then I'm gonna swap character again.
Supply room access unlocked.
And just that final segment. And yeah, if you guys are still up for it and you aren't out of time, we'll just quickly do a mission. I was thinking we just do Lincoln. I feel that's a familiar mission. And also one where they're spawning a lot from just a door and I can just set them on fire. I don't per se even need creeping death for that one. So I could run maybe something else even. Oh, sorry, Snipe, I wasn't looking at chat there, but I think you figured it out eventually, right? Yeah, but yeah, there's the part where we jumped over, which is actually here. It's the back hole to the sinkhole. But also, yeah, now that you're in already, you can... Not the best showing. Also, I'm fine going down. I feel that as well. A lot of people... I was looking at actually, so some people just linked me a few builds of, of a few silly people basically. Yeah, let's take it back to base and let's get cleaned up again. And then I need to swap characters. And briefly as well, gonna make sure this China Light backpack gets back into the other characters' pockets real quick, and then I need to then swap to a different one as well. But just... we're going to go back to this. I'm also just briefly going to recalibrate this because I will forget later. Let's put the China Light back. Let's put the Grade 25 capacitor back. Pop these caches real quick. All of these are shareable, right? Yeah. Also, take this 0F, this named one. Hang on to it if you're gonna do the summit thing. You'll likely get more of them, but you might as well just keep one already for there. Because you'll need one for the project, and whenever you're looking for it for the project, it's never around. Yeah, let me sub character again. Let me also already put away all the recordings here. Yeah, so this was the fight we had earlier. How long is this already? This might be one of my longest build showcases.
What's that smell?
No, actually, it's not that bad. It's 107. I think just keeping the cutting out segments of some of the fighting and stuff and making it a little bit more condensed is helping there. It's still going to be an hour and a half almost. So, yeah, and then add to character 2. Is there a point of buying the battle pass before we reach tier 95? Oh, were you the one asking earlier about the battle pass thing? Because yeah, if you're gonna try to reach 95, you might as well buy the battle pass now, because you also get 10% more. If you own the battle pass, you get 10% more season XP from whatever you're doing. So instead of, you know, a scout being 2000 XP, it's 2200 XP. So. But that's, yeah, if you're...
Detected on hostiles.
The other thing is, though, that, yeah, if you don't buy it now, you could see if you can reach 95 and then buy it if you do reach 95 and you get the, you know, you get the thing you were looking for. Because then otherwise it might be wasted, right? Like, might be better to save it till you... Because yeah, that's the thing, as Tony Sin says there as well. Only 6 days left. So it's only really going to be worth it if you're going to get your money's worth out of it.
I'm just thinking, when they said, when are we going to be able to play the Brooklyn DLC, it's at 8 a.m. So I'm thinking, is it going to be available at 8 a.m. and we can already play, or is it going to be maintenance?
Maintenance. It's likely going to be maintenance for that whole morning, and then they're going to need one.
At 8 a.m. and we can play it at 8 a.m., but there's going to be maintenance. It's going to last 24 hours.
You have joined a group.
That'll be, yeah, nah. They've been pretty good. Like the last one was a little longer, but they've been pretty good about the maintenances recently. Yeah.
I'm guessing it's going to be like 5 estimated hours. Since it's a DLC.
It's likely going to be 5. Well, last time as well, like the start of this season, they started it on time. They've been actually pretty good about most of them. Do we have a preference? Oh yeah, let's just go Lexington, Lincoln. Yeah, let's go do Lexington. If you set it up already, and then maybe we just take Fog of War and Fragile, and not the other things, just to not be in our way. I want to have both my skills. Oh, I see there's some people there already for you guys to find. I'm just gonna do the intro here, and I'll jump over there as well. I have a lot of free time this week. Okay. Yeah, if you kind of feel confident and you have the time to kind of grind it out, because you can definitely do it in the 5 days remaining, but it's also not 6, even it's 5 basically, depending on your time zone. It's doable because I kind of did mine, but also I grinded Journey at the range. So that's kind of, that'll take longer now. Because you can't anymore. They fixed that.
So what do we want? Fog of War, Special Armor, and Special Ammo?
No, because Special Ammo is gonna... Or does it not... Does it in missions... Let's just say Fog of War and... Yeah, it does bug out, but in the right. Let's just take Fragile and Fog.
It doesn't, so...
Yeah.
Sometimes, so it's just random.
Yeah, let's just take Fragile and Fog. Like...
Okay.
Just to keep it simple. Since we'll be able to talk to the community leader, log in to me. Land in a fresh one. That would be interesting, as yeah. That was maybe they'll have lines again at Brooklyn. That would be funny. As an old thing that happened with Division 1. Yeah, I'm going to give this thing an intro and then actually cut, and then I'll come over there. We'll get started. And yeah, lastly, but definitely not leastly, we'll go to that status effect one. And I quite enjoy this one as well, especially, you know, as some that do know me, you'll know that I definitely enjoy Eclipsing. On this character, actually, this has replaced their Eclipse. So this would normally be their Eclipse slot. They have an Foam Eclipse, an hazard protected Foam Eclipse for countdown. But yeah, this has basically replaced their Fire Eclipse for me. It isn't for per se as potent as a Fire Eclipse, but it's good enough and I can get by with it. Also, I wanted to make sure that you know that on the build picture, of course, we have it with the backpack basically being high end and then the BTSU. Actually, the way that the build is saved is here with these 5 pieces. And that is if I want to play around with it, because situationally I might want to go with a Val instead. Although I've ended up basically taking it always with the BTSU and a Hive. And that's kind of my preferred way, but I still saved it in this way. I do this quite often with builds, and this allows me to have some options. Same as well, we could swap out the chest, but I found actually that the chest here were, especially because some of the spread damage, as we were discussing when we're going over the build layout, if it's damage that is coming from, in this case, Creeping Death, that doesn't count for the healing, but that's basically not getting counted for this. It is only anything I directly set with the explosion of the fire or the Stinger Hive hitting them. But if it's fire spreading through Creeping Death, that actually doesn't heal anyone. Still does its damage, of course, and that's why we're taking it. It's for the CC part, not for the healing part. But yeah, that does mean that we're kind of running it like this. I have a Fire Cam as well, and a Stinger Hive, as we saw there. As well, here I'm taking a Survivalist. Here, I feel this works out pretty well for this because we can have that 10% for our allies, and that adds up. This in potency is definitely not as strong as Eclipse in general, but it's good enough. And we're going to go take it to a Lincoln run here with the same team we've seen so far. And yeah, let's see how we do. And let's jump on over and then go from the menu and then go to a Lincoln. Actually, I'm gonna give it. Let me put that segment in here real quick. Let me give it a. Let's murder those just so we don't have anything in our back. Oh,
Okay.
reanimated. But yeah, if you can turn that off. We of course went to your world, I think, yeah, sure. Okay, turning that off for now. I'll reset us, so that's already fast travel, yeah. But yeah, right, good, we discovered that there.
I need to activate it first and then deactivate it.
Oh, is it showing deactivated?
For me, it's deactivated.
Okay. Yeah, it's going activating global event. Oh wait, was it? No, you guys saw. I mean, those guys revived, right? For everybody.
Yeah.
We're not having the situation of like with Golden Bullet where some people weren't getting it. Because first does the same thing with refractor healing. There is might be a tough test. Yeah. Oh well, the thing is, do you mean if it like double spreads off of was any fire there, anything you've applied that will actually account for that? Oh, you mean having Eclipse spread and oh yeah. Yeah, you can't have two 4-piece talents going. If that's what you mean. Yeah, let's jump back to Lincoln, and let's do a Lincoln. Nobody here. Everybody here.
Agent down.
I know it's my award, so it's...
Yeah, but then the mission, it's fine. Yeah, let me do a quick intro and then we run in. Let me stand here. Yeah. And yeah, let's go do indeed a Lincoln with this, with the same team. We're gonna just take Fog of War and Fragile Armor. Nothing to deal with our skills and stuff, even though, yeah, here in the open world we do have them, so that's where we see the drops here. Here, I'm gonna just play this kind of like an Eclipse. I'm gonna actually send one off the wall there. And creeping didn't carry it over. And of course, it's not gonna spread afterwards. Like, that's the thing that you kind of have to learn if you're coming from the Eclipse end. And I messed up that quite a bit. But yeah, here we're still doing kind of Eclipse things. And especially, of course, with a mission like this that I'm pretty familiar with. The same goes for kind of all of us. Oh, well, in general. Although I wouldn't per se prefer this over an Eclipse in general, or something like this. But I found it actually, for instance, with Bounty Season to be a really good addition to it. Because it gives a little bit of healing at that start part where sometimes it can get hectic. But here with a very, you know, we know exactly where it's very predictable content, where we know kind of there's going to be a wave there, another wave is going to spawn there. I need to, yeah, I don't have the Eclipse, so I kind of need to set every wave on fire. And of course as well, here, this being a gear set 2, it doesn't actually have that much haste. That's one of the bigger downsides. And what I quite often find myself doing here and there is, if I run out of fire chems, what I'll do is just lob a few grenades. That's also why I like running Survivalist with this. In a little bit, we'll likely see me lob a grenade or two. And yeah, if somebody else can open it, I'll take the high ground here. And especially, I want to kind of set up to get that one elite wave that spawns in a little bit. But here, for instance, on just a wave like that, when I set them on fire, I'm basically doing the same as an Eclipse. I'm going to put my Stinger Hive there. There's one later on, a very dangerous wave there. I'm going to kind of get those guys. I'm actually going to add a sledge to this. But keep in mind that, yeah, the fire from a grenade or such isn't doing any healing, of course. It is just fire. But they're just, yeah, for its sledge. I'm going to also send the second one that will actually from the top. It will, when that wave spawns, it will actually, while I'm holding the lefty, and that's also why I have a lefty equipped, of course, it will actually go through the ceiling and kind of deal with enemies downstairs. Yeah, I could try to maybe set somebody on fire here to heal.
I repeat, the compound is all clear.
My teammates will be fine.
Can't be all of them.
We have Fragile
Check the interior while I get
and that's
ready
also
to
one of the
meet the
things in a
perimeter.
season like this, where in the open world and in missions, we do have Fragile. And Fragile, I can't, of course, do anything about it. One thing I would love for them to do is if you get healed for, let's say, maybe 1 million or 2, let's say 2 million, from a source, and that way as well. You can't really do it with just a 0-tier drone on yourself, or it takes forever. But that would incentivize to run healers more, because if they can heal away the fragile armor, now they kind of become effective. Because as well, in this case, we won't go that long that my teammates will gather up way too many fragiles. But over time, of course, yeah, if my teammates kind of had like 4 fragile armors on them, they don't have that much health for me or armor for me to heal. Here as well, I know kind of what the spawns are. That is important for this, if we're running it in this setup. Now with the third drone one, that's less so. That one you can definitely play reactively, so whenever you see something happen, you just, you know, start pointing your gun and your turrets that way and you deal with it. This one needs to be played proactively, so you want to play it in a way where you know where the spawns and such are going to be. And of course that's not per se new player friendly. That does take some time. It isn't hard to do if you do a mission once or twice, and especially if you're running it, for instance, run it with a pulse, and pulse quite often. which with this season, of course, with microwave coils is already a really smart thing to do. And, you know, but then as well, whenever the wave spawns, you can kind of see, okay, this wave spawns there. And while it isn't always, you know, this wave spawns here, over time you will notice that, okay, some waves are very fixed, some waves are very much dependent on kind of where the facing is. And yeah, that is just a thing. I mean, that's just game knowledge. You have to build that up over time. You can use, there are people that, for instance, have speedrun guides for instance, some of the legendaries and such that can make it much more knowable what you need to do. But for instance, here, I know in the next room, there's going to be a standing wave at the start. When we kill that standing wave, they're always going to spawn from the door on the left of that. After that, it is facing dependent. And that's also one of those things. Facing dependence is just wherever most of the team is facing, that's where they're actually going to spawn. And here, I'm going to zoom through. I'm going to wait for this Banshee to land, actually, and add that to the mix. And I do want to catch as many enemies with my original fire cam. While that creeping death will spread it to the nearby enemies, it won't heal my allies, of course. Here as well, we aren't per se like coordinating right now, of course. While my allies are actually on comms with me, I'm gonna, just, they're muted, basically. Normally we would have callouts here where stuff is happening, but we've run this mission and we've ran together enough that we know how to kind of trust each other. We know that, you know, likely this person is gonna go for those waves. That like there is some coordination just happening by familiarity, and that is of course a thing that it might even be seen as maybe cherry picking. But that is actually also what refactor builds kind of need. You need to know your teammates. Your teammates need to know kind of you. Everybody needs to know what the health gate is. It is kind of conditional to those. And the results will be conditional to those as well. So I didn't need ammo there, actually. Also as well, actually, I want to point at... I'm not actually now running... I forgot to grab it. The Grade 25 capacitor. I could definitely use that. With the red factor as well, we weren't running that. We were only running the Grade 25 actually with the Turk drone version that we had a second ago. Here as well, there's a first standing wave, then a wave spawns from that door, then it's facing dependent. So if, for instance, actually here, if we were like fully coordinating and everybody was facing that they could just see this door, they would guarantee spawn from there, and actually there. Even without the guarantee per se, but everybody was definitely facing that way. They could have likely as well spawned from that door, but, you know, 50-50s, RNG'd. And while, for instance, in a place like this, I feel pretty confident that I'm going to catch everybody with an Eclipse anyway, and that way
that should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
You know, the CC just as much. Because here's what, I'm CCing, and I'm actually preventing damage from getting to happen. That's the point of crowd control CC in general anyway. So because I'm CCing, already not that much damage happens. But of course, the thing is, it isn't that no damage happens at all. There's been plenty of points here where, somebody was going to get hit, and we prevented that. And here's what, I'm going to kind of go to the side and send this cam. Catch as many people. I'm gonna leave my hive kind of here-ish. And this is very much, I know these things as I do them as an Eclipse. And I'm kind of playing this as an Eclipse, but yeah, doing kind of different things. We, you know, we don't have the spread. We don't have the damage of Eclipse neither, because an Eclipse would do more damage. But for instance, here as well, in a second, I do have a supercharge. I'm supercharging here. And for instance, my chem is now much larger, and the skills used by my allies is much more effective. That Banshee, for instance, was a 6 tier instead of a 0 tier. And also that would put a damage. We didn't need it there per se, but you know, we're just cleaning up. But that did put the pulse effect and overcharged pulse effect on that boss as well, gaining the damage that you do from an overcharged pulse. So Yeah, we'll grab our loot. We'll go to the elevator and take our way upstairs. Just want to see the end of mission results. Here with an Eclipse, I can definitely hang with with strikers and such.
Stop them.
And we should have actually used our supercharge here and there more because, yeah, we basically have a few places to do it.
I am to have you on our side.
But of course, with talking, we weren't paying attention.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the
Yeah,
True
let's wait for the
Confiscated a massive
mission
cache of
completions
chemical
there.
weapons and eliminated
But there we
some
saw
of
kind of
the
what this can do. And I definitely like this setup.
You saved a lot of lives
One
today.
thing we could have gone with as well is different backpacks. And actually for here would have worked out perfectly fine. The creeping that did grab a few enemies here and there, definitely.
Priority objective
But it wasn't going to grab... it wasn't per se needed. And I could have gone with something else. And yeah, while I'm not, you know, in the same leagues or anything, with the healing, with the CC, I did enough, right? And yeah, we could always trade this out for instance, going either running that lefty together with a setup backpack or going with this overclock, which actually, yeah, for bounty cheesing and such, because we didn't need it per se there, I would run this Hermano for that perfect overclock, gaining these reload speeds and such. Yeah, let's take this to a conclusion and round this all out. There we go. Yay.
Yay. I didn't expect that I did that much.
Really? I mean, yeah, you were just in speedrun mode, I feel. Just
Just MG5 is so good. The reload speed.
yeah. I have a few items here for you, Latte. Actually, that Cheska chest, although, or a Cheska mask, likely isn't that great. You might have better, but in case you don't, it's like.
But yeah, I was kind of playing it like how I would play it with a hunter, just not with a hunter.
I mean,
So
yeah,
my
the thing is
placement
like,
was kind of the same, just standing in front of a door so I can catch the next spawn.
yeah. There's one of those no this one as well, right? And yeah, take that one for the third stat. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm keeping this pistol for the pistol collection. Do you guys want to be in the outro, or as if you want to be, but also I understand if you guys have better shit to do. Unless I get to
call sleep and a better shit to do.
yeah. Nah, if you guys I'll leave you guys to it then. I'm just gonna go do an outro here. Just gonna go back
I
to.
don't mind. Like, I mean, all I'm
The
just
thing is
gonna
also
do
I don't have really like an idea of what to do there, but more like if you just want to be there and do an emote or two. Just in the background.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, let me just dump this. We'll just take this character. But then yeah, if you're okay taking us, because we'll outro the same place we introed on the Brooklyn, underneath the broken Brooklyn Bridge. So let's go there, do a quick outro, and yeah, if you guys just want to be there and do some emotes in the background while I'm I'm doing thing. Also, yeah, let me catch up here because I'm way behind, I feel. Oh, and thank you so much, your Mambo Land. Sorry, getting the name wrong. The Rain Long. I've been speaking too much, and my brain is gone now. But yeah, thank you so much for keeping that sub going. And yeah, 15 months already. That is impressive. And yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, sorry for getting late to it, as you're kind of in recording mode. There's no this oh Lord. That'll be an interesting thing. Although that would be too game breaking. Oh, did I not ready up? I think I didn't even pay attention that the ready up was there. Yeah.
Safe
Let's
area
go.
detected.
Do you have it green? No. Likely the mission is fastest. Yeah, as we're going here.
I think my map should be green.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting a double load here.
Yeah, because my loading screen is the longest one in game, but It's just going 1% at a time.
Okay. Yeah, let's just go from stranded. I think is fastest because you're basically going to.
Oh no, it's cookies map. I don't see anything on the map.
Okay.
I don't see anyone, anything.
Oh, you're kind of
Oh no, it's working.
disconnected. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go through the water end here. Maybe we'll see less enemies.
Only if I loaded in faster, we could have had like full green map
It doesn't
with
make
less
too
enemies.
much. It would take more time to like take ownership here than it would be to get here.
Almost done.
Oh, lever. There are more warhounds back there.
What do we have here?
Just paying attention to my side and I missed these guys. Okay, I'm just gonna run there and we can also always fast travel to Onishina. Where's it? I see. And sorry for the wet feet. Are you with us, bro?
I was a little behind, so I was just waiting for
Okay.
you
Oh, there you
to
go.
make the run.
No, I meant more like. But, finally, actually loaded in. Oh, nice. It's kind of like sundown. Yeah, I'm gonna grab this. What do we do all together? Just dance party. I feel.
Oh, why not?
I feel I'm doing this one. Otherwise, I give you guys do dances because I'm first gonna discuss in menu and then I'll come out and you know what? Let me put that rock and roll as my so I don't need to go into that menu even. Where is it? Let's see. I'll put that there. Just so I also in the photo mode can kind of get it. And then maybe if you guys can be a little bit more like here, maybe around the crate here, basically. Maybe we just dance around the crate just so the lighting wise that works out better. Yeah, it's H. And then you can pull up. But yeah, if you guys just are in a dance mode like from now already, and then I'll kind of like just join.
Trying to pick which one.
Yeah, just whichever one you can. Like the vibe of. I'm gonna go with rock and roll, but also it doesn't need to be like. I think it actually will be more funny with just 4 different dances.
I'm gonna go with this one.
Spin dance. And again, easiest is going to be if you pick something that also is just continuous, because then you don't have to like redo it. There's a bunch of dances that are kind of like the one that Pomix doing is just. Oh, that even works. Yeah. What lad is in there? Yeah, that works. Yeah, okay. Set up. There we go. Yeah, just some distraction in the background, and then I'll join you guys in photo mode. Also, just so I get the name right, especially Lada Cookie right. So I'll say some thanks as well. Yeah. You know what? Let's maybe be in the void for a second. Oh nah, I can actually like the silliness that is happening behind me. Yeah, let's be like this. Just gonna gathering my thoughts. Yeah, let's go. And yeah, we come to the conclusion of this somewhat long, but actually not as long as I feared it was going to be, build showcase. As in the end, this kind of turned almost into a masterclass, but I hope the gameplay sections being a little bit shorter doesn't offend anyone all that well, or just feel, less worth your money, but also, yeah, money back guarantee if you need it. And yeah, what we saw here is Refactor actually in different forms, and actually in 3 very different forms, performs pretty well. The Red Factor, as we kind of saw it, the drone version, which is kind of the general meta for the gear set. And then even here with this status effect version that works pretty well and can do part of Eclipse, but not to the same degree, but then does healing on top of it, of course. All of those are actually very worthwhile builds, even the explosions version, the explosive version that we saw as well. And I quite enjoy running Red Factor as it has come in, and it's been actually a while since a gear set has come in and actually has been added to the build collection in more than one way. Honestly, the last time that has happened is likely more like towards when Hotshot or Umbra, and especially Heartbreaker, definitely came in with multiple versions, especially early on when it was broken. It's been 4 seasons after Hotshot where we've had somewhat more mediocre stuff like Aegis and Virtuoso and Breaking Point and Cavalier. We definitely have a standout gear set here. It isn't the best, it isn't the strongest. In that legendary, if we were with a Foam Eclipse and 3 Strikers, we would have likely done it faster. In the with the red version going through Summit with a combat medic and going through it, I would have actually felt a little bit more comfortable. And here as well on that Lincoln mission, I could have likely done it better with an Eclipse. But this definitely is a different playstyle, and that is sometimes all I need. I want kind of the things we were always doing, but in a little bit different way. Here as well, definitely as a supporty version, I quite enjoy it. And that's a playstyle, if you do enjoy that, this is kind of the de facto gear set for that. So yeah, we come to the end of this silliness and this very long build showcase here. And yeah, I want to take the time here as well to thank Palmic and thank Tonison and thank Latte Cookie for helping out here. As yeah, they definitely made it a lot easier than just random matchmaking. And for this as well, it is definitely a group build. You want to have a little bit of that coordination going, and yeah, if you are gelling well with your teammates, that helps quite a bit. So yeah, if you did find this video enjoyable, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out, so I'll do that little bit of shilling here. And for future videos, we're going to go, of course, into a new season with, of course, new season things to discuss there. But before we reach that point, I am going to actually do that thing I've been talking about for quite a while, and that is a call for backup. And yeah, you guys will see, and you will see what that means in 4 days after this video. So yeah, I hope you join me for those. And as always, have a good night. And cut. Yeah, that was that worked well enough. As my outros are never too clean anyway. We'll take that one. Let me see what the total runtime here is. Just so I know. It is 124, so actually that's not even longer than the Umbra one. But yeah, that I'm happy to have that one in the bag. Actually, this feels good. Yeah, let's take it back to DC. I don't know if you guys are up for anything more, but if you are, maybe we do some stuff. Although I'm guessing, Pamuk, you have to work tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, Tony's and Latte, I don't know if you guys are up for it, but we could definitely maybe do parts of the weekly at the very least. Maybe not the whole thing. of just general
Entering
weekly.
safe area.
Because that's invaded plus some invaded invaded stronghold, invaded missions, and black disk thing, right? I'll just leave this guy on this. Actually, I'll leave him on their striker. Go at 30 minutes. Okay. Now, doesn't this maybe bang out a mission or two of it?
An
Then
agent
let
has
me
left your
swap. Yeah, let me do it on character 1. Real quick. So I'm gonna swap character real quick. Let's look at
But yeah,
here.
I'm gonna call it and go to straight to bed.
Straight to jail. Yeah. Understandable. But yeah, thanks again for
safe
helping
area
out there.
detected.
Thanks for the fun.
Yeah, and I'll catch you around.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Selection like this since before the Green Boys.
Yeah, let's join back up with Danny's in here. Yeah.
You are now in a group.
So when we do the missions, then we also don't need to take ownership or anything. Oh no, latte as well if you're up for staying around with it. But maybe we do the 2 invaded missions quickly. What's invaded? Oh yeah, Camp White House was also invaded. Maybe we take these 2 just out and then if we have some time, maybe a bounty and then. And actually, I'm gonna run Eclipse there. I definitely running that piece of shit. I just that build is definitely good, but it's not an Eclipse. And I do feel, I do feel that's also why I wanted to put in that caveat there. But also, a build doesn't need to be exactly better than something else. It needs to be competitive. So yeah, let's go do Plaza and American History. This will likely not take too much time, right? Unless there's a preference for some other thing. I don't know if you have parts done already, Tony. So. Any reference?
I've done most of it.
Okay. Which parts haven't you done? Or did you say?
I think I've done on one char, so just do what you want. So.
Okay. Well, then let's just do these missions just as a quick. As we can also matchmake for a fort. Although as well, if anybody who does want to join us, feel free to say so. Or just join you. But yeah, on the crit build, on a crit rifle build, there is actually a few, but yeah, it's not that they're not the greatest, but they don't suck. The thing is, rifles in general are not the greatest, but if you go to the build collection, 2.03, yeah. So for instance, setups like this. Oh, put it in here as well. 2.03. So, that's the wrong way around. There we go. So again goes via 3-piece or 3-piece via with Fox and then Cheska. This kind of works really well and has some decent handling and such. But yeah, they're not like it's not Striker or Umbra or stuff like that. But it's good enough. But yeah, you don't want Breaking Point. You don't want Aces. Oh, am I his leader? You're leader, Tennyson. Let's maybe take it with
You are leader.
Oh, wait, am I leader? It's showing me you having leader on my screen. So we just take it with Fog of War and Fragile again. Just nothing too special. Just not deal with disorient and stuff. Yeah, ready? Let's go.
Black Tusker going after the shade node.
Oh, did I just misread the
Get in there and stop
job
them.
runs? There's the SHD icon. Actually. Oh yeah, it's invaded, of course. And then we can land a chem there. It is a handy trick to know.
An agent needs assistance.
He's gonna explode and shock me if I don't get away from it. The only thing I still had in my notes that I did forget to talk about, but that's kind of fine as well. I always forget at least one thing from my notes. Well, it was just to do the talk about like the best healer in this game is still out of combat. Like whenever you go out of combat, there is no healer that heals as much as when we go out of combat. And that only gets broken by no regen, basically. Still doing drop
Agent
something.
down.
Wait. I'm just gonna get the harvest. Oh yeah, no, the harvest currently isn't available. Actually, sorry, I totally missed that earlier as a question. But yeah, the loot goblin will likely have it again soonish. There's still a warhound back here. This thing isn't gonna despawn. There it is.
Warning. Unauthorized
Yeah,
network
there's
access
always
detected.
a scare if it's gonna
Already
be
reached the shade node. Get there
if
as
it's
fast
gonna
as
be
you can.
rogues, but yeah, no. It isn't. You know, chat for now. Ropes here. By the time I get on target with my crossbow, it's already over.
System malfunctioning.
And the thing with eclipses, especially this, like just spreads so much more fire.
restored.
But yeah, it doesn't do any healing, of course. But yeah, maybe we'll entice a few more people to have some refactors going. This is definitely a good gear set. It's the first really good gear set in a while, which is saying something. So using pistol build, do the spice pistols. Yep, a pistol killed my father. Wait, no, that can actually happen. Yeah, you don't see me running headhunter builds. Is more likely what you mean there. Thing is, I'm much more of I'm not like I'm first of all not that good of an aim. Second of all, I don't enjoy like while I should try to become better at hunting. I just don't enjoy it as much as just what I call like a shooty builds. But I do actually, for instance, earlier today we did a summit. Well, actually, I did that that was this afternoon, right? There's a crate back here, so I'll quickly grab it. What's this in? Yeah, this summit I actually did with a pistol build, like the pistol bulwark. But yeah, I'm just not one for headhunting too much. Because I either end up going determined and that just gets boring really quick, or I try to go Regulus and that gets frustrating really quick. Oh well, not really quick, but I get frustrated by. I'd rather just have the consistency of shoot person generally and not have to like try to hit the head.
I'm burning alive!
Also as well, we're likely not gonna make it too much later. I might not even go to one that I normally do. Because I definitely feel now that I'm kinda out of especially for build showcases and stuff, I'm kind of really focusing and trying to, you know,
But there's another helicopter
do the
inbound.
best I can.
Looks like
Did I just not
contact
grab the
reinforcements.
crate there? No, I did. I didn't grab my hack there. And that's actually kind of tiring. It's a different headspace that I'm in when I'm doing just streaming and and then there's also a crate here around the corner. Yeah, normally that's on the normal versions over there. On the invaded version, it's over here. And a crossbow here, get the... Oh, well. Just blew myself up there. I was trying to get the warhound. Is there any of those, any crossbow to armor plates, strips to armor plates, so that's actually a really handy thing to know, because sometimes that's the thing that cuts 20 minutes off of a master mission. Did they ever fix that guy, actually? I have no idea. I haven't done the master in forever. The glasses master. Because the boss, you can just, he's armor plated, but you can just do one crossbow to him, man. Oh, the shock rounds blew up. I was gonna go grab the shock rounds. Sufficient with headhunter, your personal kryptonite. Yep. I used to be a headhunter like you, but then my head got hunted. But then I took a Regulus to the knee. Those warhounds always scare me when I sticky them like that, because I've had it a few times here and there. But although, well, more so with like the outcast heavies, is that when you sticky them and then they rush you, and if they actually hit, you know, get close enough to you, the explosion of the crossbow will just instantly kill you. And I'm kind of aiming that way because I know these guys are gonna spawn. And yeah, there's a crate back here to get as well. I need a 7 seal. It's a death by 360. To see that. Yeah. I mean, it happens so rarely that you basically never see it. And actually, on this next fight as well, I'll do the thing here of getting all of the jammers quickly. But let's fight up for everybody to be here. Because this was in a recent things and stuff, and you can do it with a weapon as well. But actually, I'm just going to quickly do it with my fire cam. So that's one of the jammers, that's the second jammer, and that's the third jammer. And the one on the right, they all burn, and what I can do is just bounce it off the wall there. And that means that nobody needs to go and risk their noggin for for trying to get those quickly downed. Although if you just have a gun, you can shoot the right one from here. And yeah, the middle one you can just shoot, you know, from here, and then that one as well, you can just shoot it from here. You do need a gun that like has a little bit of accuracy for it. Oh, this one on that side. Yeah, missed. It's just gonna. This chest will be off in a sec. As a this trick can nowadays also like here we have so much more damage than we used to. This used to actually be a dangerous room. Plenty of teams would wipe here in like random matchmaking and stuff. But yeah, we had a lot less damage, like 3 striker. And everybody was running glass and stuff back then, so. And here it's just basically let them come out of the choppers and just murder them that way. But there is no initial wave here. I'm gonna land it there.
Stay cool.
So that's also an important Eclipse trick to know, is just you can land it in kind of like that part of it where the refueling rod is. The refueling pylon. Although you can actually land it in a bunch of places. That one's just the easiest. Although yeah, there. Still didn't get it, but actually my teammates have this. I want to use another chem there. And here as well, it's a very fixed spawn, so it's 2 on that side, 1 on this side, then we get 1 here together with the boss. And the boss is the only one that can be random. The bottom from here. Yeah, you can just shoot it from the... There's a gap there. You kind of... It's easiest if you grab a pulse, and then if you pulse, you know exactly where it is. But actually, it's kind of hard to see through all of it. That's also why it's easier with an Eclipse. You can just lob it in there. And yeah, I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna focus. And yeah, the boss is spawning over there. I'm gonna just send a fire grenade there. And I might hold on to a lefty in a second. Making that a sledge.
We'll have to check the logs to see if they accessed any sensitive data. But I think we're okay. Good work in there.
Days of hating Armia. I mean, plenty of people still do, because if you push into it and you're kind of reliant on trying to get up there. The thing is also you're climbing a bunch, and that means that you're exposed to just getting shot. Like, actually, yeah, I'm gonna share some of the names here that we get just for donating. You need that for expertise. So we're gonna do American history as well, if you still have time to understand them.
Yeah, should be good.
Yeah, that'll be the 2
Stockades.
normal
We'll need to
missions,
deal with that
basically.
ASAP.
Hostile control point detected.
Actually, we wouldn't even need this. We would go... Yeah, that's fine. Because yeah, you could go... Actually, the stronghold would count as a mission. Well, let's just do this. Let's go see if the snitch is here, actually. Oh, yeah, he is. Let's grab an extra band here. Might as well for it.
Want to know where my buddy has set up shop today?
Also as well for it. I don't know. Oh.
All right, let's see what you got.
Knowingly, when he's in combat, we can't interact with him. Although this guy comes out of combat way faster than like control points people.
This beat's getting shot.
That's an outcast one. What is here? They'll also put the, if you're not familiar with Atlante, there's also now the vendors are on the, that opens up 2 extra vendors as well that you can go check. So yeah, it's the markers like over there in Foggy Bottom and in Constitution Hall. Although, yeah, depends on how much textiles you have. Danny, that is over there, that's a textile vendor. So that's the duplicates that you get from apparel caches vendor.
Near as we can tell, Black Tusk
Oh,
is
yeah,
spread
let's
out
just
throughout
take
the
fog of
building.
war alone.
Be prepared.
Forgot to set it. It's fine. Yeah, well, let's actually matchmake for fort. Unless somebody wants to join us, if you do, feel free to say so. Just make it a 4-man for scaling purposes. Aw. I gotta move so fast. Oh, there's a crate up there. There's no thing to interact with, but crate up here. Let's see for the journey. One mission. Ah, nice. I'll work out here as well then. I'll get you some season XP. And then next season's journey as well, actually, they have toned it down even more so. I'm not actually, I'm not against it, honestly. It gives a short list to kind of deal with, but I was running like 2.5 days in the PTS, although, well, not like even running a lot of things, but that was the key right there. The key pickup sound. So I'm gonna take this route as it just puts me closer to the box. Oh, I just invade, of course, on this side. So out in battle location. Yeah, if you get assaulted around him, he does jump in. There's actually even a rare one with him, which is actually like, you know, actually a rare thing, which is there is it's kind of close to bank is one of the spots that it can happen, but there's actually a few places. But he might be in a fight with an hyena, and then hyena rusher, and he just kind of like fights for a gun and then grabs it and then kills them. And one of the interesting things that you can have in that way is that you can have 2 snitches pretty close to each other. Because alongside of that, his normal spawn could happen. And there's also a normal spawn for him pretty close to there. There's jet on this next wave. For the dogs and such. Okay, I'm gonna try to get forward, get this underneath the warhands. Gonna try to crack the heavy. That heavy should be just broken if I did my job right. Oh yeah, that's 2 heavies, of course. Although I feel by the time I actually get this on target, I might as well just actually put it against that. And I always like running Eclipse. He's broken right now. Oh, that's in response to the other thing, right? The hoarder, well, he's not broken. He only drops those special items when there is an event going on. Now, he's been doing it a lot outside of the events, designated event times recently. So he's been around for quite a bit, but yeah, he's supposed to just drop those items when there is some of the special events on. So the next one, if nothing else happens, is actually going to be like August. But they've been adding a bunch of events. I'm kind of going to try to grab this wave. They've been adding events here and there, and likely we'll see something like maybe start of June, mid-June. That would make a lot of sense. But yeah, he doesn't drop those special items, which the harvest is one of, outside of those times. And you can also always know when one of those times is. Even every kill that you do of him, he'll drop at least something from the like the loot pool, the special loot pool. So festive delivery, cooler, slayer, stuff like that. Whenever he doesn't, even like on the very first kill, he doesn't, like, you know, he's not active. Okay, I'm actually, I was gonna look, oh, that's my stats, I'll share that, but I'll keep that actually. Because yeah, I might put this on a character because Golem, status effect skill haste. That's actually like an old unicorn. Nowadays you don't need it. You have electric, but that could actually be. I could put that on a character and then maybe have that be their swap-in piece, and then that'd be their swap-in piece, and I can have the snow machine in there. Throw a grenade there. Alright, I'll throw a grenade there. Sledging up. How's that? In here, there's a key chest upstairs to get in a second, so don't forget that. I'll pay the key. I'll take that for the stats.
You're making good progress. Take it steady.
No worries, dude. You know, I'll get it wrong sometimes. Because I was dropping till recently.
Laptop detected.
And it's been dropping it often, so. But I will likely see an event pretty soon. Can you see my build? I'm just running box standard Eclipse. I can actually link to Windows 5. That's 295. How did I mess that up that bad? That's the build picture. That's not within bugs. But that's basically all status effects and
we'll review the data you just downloaded and see what we can make of it. Continue your sweep.
Hastes basically where you can't do status effect. But especially this, keep in mind, it's not to humble brag or anything, but like I'm pretty proficient with Eclipse. It takes a while to get good at Eclipsing. It's kind of like headhunting. If I've likely had spent just as much time getting better at headhunting, I might be much better with a Regulus than I am now. But instead, I'm decent with Eclipse. Because you need to kind of know where the spawns are. You need to get good with the fire cam. You need to know, for instance, as well, that you can ignite the fire cam by just double tapping. So I fire the cam when it lands and like makes its cloud. I can double tap the button it's on, and that will ignite it. Because I see still way too many people shooting it. And yeah, you shouldn't do that. Like, that really impedes the effectiveness here. But yeah, knowing kind of where all the spawns are happening and, you know, for instance, here as well. I know it's the chopper, and then there's going to be a spawn here. So what I'm going to do is actually even put my hive there, on the other side of the door even. And that chopper is going to get caught. But it is... I'll take this wave.
Area secure. Good work.
Like, it does take a little bit of practice to get good. Yeah. It's definitely, yeah, it's one of the top builds. I would say Eclipse is part of the meta when it comes to especially heroic and heroic missions. Yeah, let's maybe round it out there. I think Denison wants to get to bed as well, and I kind of do as well. We'll just round it out there. We'll end a little early, but let's take it over here. Also, if once that random leaves, I have a few shares as well for latte.
In a stronghold. We can't let them get too comfortable in there. Ready when you are.
I actually have you fast traveled over here. Latte shared with you as well. Let's actually check what else we got. Actually, I'll share. That's the max stat. That's the max stat, and that's the max stat. I'm gonna share him here. If that guy leaves, we might get session. So let's go over here and then share. You would think I would have learned my lesson by now. Because there's some stats for the library, especially, and the named for donation. There was a fourth item. What's the fourth item? Oh, this is nice. Yeah. Sure to grab that one too. And yeah, we'll round it out there. We also have
Thanks for your business.
add this one to the bounty. Max marksman rifle for the bag. But then yeah, we'll round it out here. Oh, we didn't do it with reanimated on. We should have totally forgot reanimated existed after the build showcase. Because yeah, we could have actually gotten a few stars out of it. And actually reanimated is overall faster usually. But live and learn, or die and learn, because we're gonna respawn. Our bones up on the stairs. That's up. That's up and. I'm trying to figure out where the and is. Bones up and out down the stairs. But yeah, we'll actually, I'm gonna take my leave as well. But yeah, thanks again, Tonyson, and thanks again, Lade, for tagging along, and hope you guys had some loot and some fun and some enjoyment out of it. And yeah, I'll leave you guys to do your things. And as well, actually in the background, I'm gonna already start looking for somebody for us to raid, as I'm kind of getting rambly already. We'll catch up on the last chats here, and then we'll send everybody off to. Let's already pick somebody. Okay, yeah, maybe we go with. Well, he's been going for a while. Yeah, let's just go with Lil. It's been a while since we raided him, actually. Although, well, we raided him a few days ago, but we haven't raided him much. So we'll go with him. Let me catch up on some of the last things here. Red builds are worth taking to expertise 28. Do you mean just on gear as well? It depends. If you run a build a lot, like for instance, one of the things I've been spending my watch points on, and yeah, this is we need to actually take some time here, and I need to at some point as well just sit here and burn watch points. The thing is, of course, when you're taking it to 25 or 30 even, as it'll be upcoming with the DLC, because once the Brooklyn hits, we have enough items for 30, so 30 is going to be the new highest. It depends. Like if you run a build a lot, like if you run, let's say, a Head on this Fury a lot, trying to find Head on this Fury, it's over here somewhere. So if I run this build like daily, every day, in every way, it's the thing on me for most of the time, and you have the exotic components, sure, why not? It's the armor is still worth it. Like a lot of people go, it's not worth it. It's just very expensive in comparison to weapons. So if you still have weapons to upgrade, do weapons first, and skills especially as well. So for one of the reasons I do a lot of skills in my case is these are all account wide, and I use all 4 characters here. But if you have, if you've done most of the weapons you want to do, if you've got most of the skills that you want to do, just grade it up, sure. But at least as well, just take them to 12. Like, why not? Especially now with the resources. Well, depends. I say this, of course, in like a very nonchalant way, but of course for newer players, that's not an option. Like when I'm saying that, I mean like if you have a ton of watch points and stuff. I'm being kind of, yeah. A lot of us are entitled, and yeah, we should recognize that. But there's no case to be made against how you spend your expertise points. Like, yeah, don't take gear first before weapons. Like, yeah, that's kind of silly. I'm gonna go like, eh. But if you have most of your weapons done, because in the case of, for instance, on my second account as well, I have most of the weapons I want at high grading done. I've been kind of considering actually taking maybe one of the strikers to like 20 or such. And yeah, GG's again, indeed. Yeah, and thank you as well, Snape. And favorite drink. Yeah, you guys swapping off who's paying. Yeah, let's go. We'll just go raid Little Huge, who's likely doing some raid or incursion, as I feel whenever we're looking at him. He's in there. Yeah, he's an incursion. Anyhow, we should actually maybe do some incursion or something before the next season. But likely, so tomorrow what I'll likely spend a lot of time on this week is we have a hardcore on second account. I want to actually level them up to 40 before Brooklyn hits. We're kind of going through the base game, just refreshing ourselves on, hey, what happened in the base game? Kind of just going through the story again. And as well, that'll be like an extra hardcore on that account. And I can also spend their points before the end of the seasons and then get it again as well next season, of course. As those, the hardcores will also reset, most likely. They haven't per se said so, but one can assume. But yeah, that's for in the future. Also tomorrow, I'll likely be able to stream in the afternoon, and we will just although no, likely I'll start a little bit earlier. That's the more likely thing, but I'll likely be streaming quite a bit Thursday and Friday, and then Saturday I'll be missing the whole day, and then I'll be back on Sunday as well. But enough rambling for me. Let's hit that start raid button on the Twitch end. And then yeah, tomorrow evening, the build showcase that we recorded earlier today here. I'm gonna stitch that all together, give it a thumbnail, give it a description, and it'll go up. So that'll be upcoming. But for now, enjoy yourself some as they're going into the right fight. They're not wrong as they're going into the right fight. Yeah, enough rambling on me. I'm just going to rant that here. Thank you all for joining me. Hope you guys and gals had some fun, and hope to catch some, if not all of you, in the future. And as always, have a good night.